and this side event will deal with Russia's nuclear messaging and disinformation. We have two speakers here, myself included, and we have three speakers online who will join us via Zoom. And my name is Toms Rostoks, and I'm the director of the Center for Security and Strategic Research at the Latvian National Defense Academy, where we are a think tank at the Defense Academy. So the way we will proceed is that, first of all, each speaker will have about 10 minutes for introductory remarks. Some of us are academics, and we are notorious for exceeding the time limit. But let's keep it as concise as possible. And after the first round of introductory remarks, there will be a possibility to ask questions both here, and there will also be a possibility for our online viewers to ask questions. I will first begin with a brief description of this panel. I guess we all know why this panel is important. But it still needs a little bit of explanation. And also I will explain the reason why representatives from the three Baltic states are doing something together on Russia's nuclear messaging. And I'm also happy that we have our guest speakers from NATO who will speak about the NATO side of nuclear messaging, while the three Baltic speakers will, for the most part, focus on Russia's nuclear messaging. So, to say a few things about the idea behind this panel, so it clearly is good that the ongoing war in Ukraine and Russia's aggression against Ukraine has not resulted in the use of nuclear weapons. And yet, this year marks the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And according to a number of analysts, we are at a time when the danger of a nuclear weapon being used in war is at its highest since October 1962. So we should pay very close attention to what Russia has been doing in that regard, and Russia's nuclear saber rattling should be taken extremely seriously. It doesn't mean that Russia will use a nuclear weapon or several. It doesn't mean that there will be a nuclear Armageddon, but it's a risk to be taken very, very seriously. So some of our worst fears and concerns have not materialized, but much remains to be done in order to prevent some of the worst possible outcomes. This panel discussion serves as a platform for us, the three speakers representing the Baltic states, to exchange ideas and provide input to the ongoing research efforts that we have embarked upon. So Thomas, Eva, and me, we are putting together a paper that will focus on Russia's nuclear messaging and disinformation. At this stage, our work remains in progress, and I guess we have all found it very difficult to write about Russia's nuclear messaging without actually knowing how this whole thing ends. So we don't want to turn out to be completely wrong in our analysis. So this panel discussion would provide us with very valuable input. into this research project because we very much look forward to perspectives on Russia's and NATO's nuclear messaging from our NATO colleagues. We're very much interested in their point of view and their assessment of Russia's nuclear messaging and what NATO should do about that. Having said that, and also being the author of one part of this research effort, I can share with you some preliminary observations that we have arrived at. And there are 5 observations, really. First of all, and this is obvious, so Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been accompanied with a marked increase of nuclear messaging. Russian president has on numerous occasions issued vaguely formulated nuclear threats. Those threats are clear in terms of the message that the Russian president has tried to convey, that, you know, this might all end with a nuclear cloud. However, there's been less clarity as to under what conditions Russia might use nuclear weapons. Then the second observation is that the intensity and character of nuclear messaging is closely related to how the conflict, how the fighting in Ukraine proceeds. So nuclear messaging accompanies also major political decisions taken by the Russian Federation. So the announcement of annexation of the 4 regions of Ukraine was accompanied with a thinly veiled nuclear threat. Also, the start of the war was accompanied with a somewhat similar threat. But at the same time, we have to keep in mind that at the start of the war, our main concern was that this would somehow, this conflict would spill over and it would go beyond Ukraine, and it would end up as a war between NATO and Russia. That might still be a distant possibility today, but I think that most of us think about the potential contingency under which Russia might use nuclear weapons as in order to avoid defeat because of their conventional weakness. The third observation is that although for the most part, the conversation has been about the potential use of nuclear weapons, we also have to keep in mind that there's the civilian dimension to this. So the behavior of Russian troops in Chernobyl and the shelling of Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe, also creates very, very serious risks. It would be like initiating nuclear catastrophe without actually having to explode a nuclear weapon. They might claim that this is an accident. You probably can't claim that with a nuclear explosion. The fourth observation is that there's a clear hierarchy in Russian government, and we can see 2 types of messages really coming out of Russia. It's the president who has the possibility to issue these nuclear threats, while most of the other officials, with very few exceptions, they stick to the Russian nuclear doctrine or principles adopted in 2020. And we hear from Russian representatives very often this mantra that nuclear war should never be fought, it cannot be won, and so on. And when pressed on this issue, Russian officials would also mention that the Russian nuclear doctrine says nothing about the potentiality that nuclear weapons could be used in a conflict that's like the one that's going on in Ukraine. And the final observation is that in terms of results, Russia's nuclear messaging has been a partial success. So I think at the beginning of the conflict, it really did have an effect on Western policymakers. And even until today, there are certain types of weapons systems that would not be delivered to Ukraine, sometimes for practical reasons, but sometimes also for fear of escalating the conflict even further. But it doesn't mean that deterrence works only one way, it works both ways. So the very fact that there are things that NATO member states and other countries that help Ukraine, the fact that we have not provided certain types of weapons, it means that in the eventuality of a nuclear explosion, Russia using nuclear weapons in conflict, NATO member states might as well provide those weapons systems. And we're talking about tanks, we're talking about airplanes, and perhaps some other stuff as well. So there's mutual deterrence when it comes to effects of Russia's nuclear messaging. It has become increasingly clear, though, that Russia is issuing these nuclear threats from a position of conventional weakness. Russia's partial mobilization has delayed the potential resort to nuclear weapons, so that they have to try this one. They have to throw sometimes unarmed, very often untrained people to the front lines, and until this fails, the risk of the use of nuclear weapons remains lower, but it may rise again at some point. So this is where I will stop my introductory remarks, and I would like to pass the floor to my good friend and colleague Tomas Jarmalavičius. A few words about Tomas. He is head of studies and research fellow at the ICDS think tank in Tallinn, Estonia. Before joining ICDS in late 2008, he was a lecturer and Lithuania's senior national representative at the Baltic Defense College in Tartu. He was for 3 or 4 years dean of the college, and earlier, in late 1990s, he was with the Defense Policy and Planning Department of the Lithuanian Ministry of National Defense, including department's deputy director. Tomas, you are obviously well qualified to address issues of nuclear messaging and disinformation. So I would like to pass the floor to you, please.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the kind introduction, and good morning, everyone. A great pleasure to be here and talk on such a pertinent issue these days. In our part of the project, what we're trying to do is to basically look at what Russia says about NATO's nuclear messaging and signaling, and has been saying for the last decade or so. And objectively speaking, just methodologically, it is quite difficult, because it's difficult to disentangle, genuine signaling and counter-signaling from really fake signaling aimed to confuse and deceive, sort out what is a genuine expression of deeply rooted misperceptions, fears, and stereotypes, and what is just a deliberate disinformation effort. So I truly sympathize with the policymakers and also fellow co-panelists, when they're trying to make right judgment in this difficult, methodologically difficult setting. But when it comes to Russia, it's actually quite simple. And I will simplify it very bluntly. Russia always lies or twists the truth, so nothing is genuine. So whenever we hear them saying something about NATO's signaling or messaging, it's always, almost 100% a disinformation. But methodologically, we stumbled upon another problem. We started our research effort, from the time, early last decade, even earlier, maybe from Munich Security Conference speech by Putin. And we stumbled upon another problem, is that NATO's nuclear signaling has until recently been missing in action. There was nothing that NATO would be trying to very specifically direct at Russia in terms of nuclear messaging. So it was not in the business of a proper and direct nuclear signaling to Russia, perhaps with the purpose of avoiding being seen as aggressive, as offensive, put out anything that could be construed as aggressive, inflammatory, escalatory, whatnot. And of course, the declaratory policies were saying that NATO is a nuclear alliance, that the nuclear potential of individual allies is contributing to overall deterrence. Basically stating the obvious facts, but not really kind of directing that at Russia itself. That, of course, did not stop Russia from utilizing whatever is out there in declaratory policies, in statements, in exercises, in even critical pieces by think tanks and media, academics, to the regime's propaganda's ends. And those ends have been clear to us for many years. First of all, they want to construct NATO as a major existential threat to Russia. It has not been, but it's a construction, a construct, which the Russian propaganda has been aspiring to put in place. Second, undermine trust in NATO by portraying it as a deceitful, constantly scheming, and applying double standards. And third, project the fault for anything that happens, bad happening in international relations, deteriorating security environment, erosion of international norms, institutions, to pin that on the West rather, and avoid the blame upon itself. So basically, whatever they said about nuclear side of NATO's sort of deterrence and the defense policy and strategy just fits and echoes and reinforces the meta-narrative about the West as an arch enemy of Russia. So what were those narratives over the last maybe 10, 12 years, maybe even 15 years? First of all, that US nuclear weapons in Europe and nuclear sharing policy of NATO is illegitimate and illegal. And those weapons must be removed. And the recent Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference, the official statements just continued this line, adding that nuclear sharing policy of NATO is in violation of the NPT. Second, that the US has offensive designs for the use of nuclear weapons, believes they can fight and win a nuclear war, even refused until recently to endorse the principle that nuclear war can never be won, thus should never be fought. And that the US seeks to build conditions for a successful first or preemptive strike on Russia. Third, that preparations for such a strike are evident and obvious, on references to all the exercises, especially in Europe, that involved the nuclear-capable platforms, such as B-52 bombers. There was one episode, which just indicates that they're trying to use it as to construct the NATO activity as a threat to actually or a safety risk to the populations of host nations of those exercises. There was a fake piece dropped in 2017, if I remember correctly, about the B-52 during exercise in Lithuania, accidentally dropping a dummy nuclear bomb on a house in Lithuania and destroying it, which is obviously a fake, but to just sort of press the point home from Moscow that, it's a threat to you guys, NATO citizens. Fourth, that US missile defense in Europe is constructed to undermine Russia's strategic nuclear deterrent, to the point that, the Americans were laughing that it seems that in their argument they have some kind of a very different physics, and their physics textbooks are very different from ours in making this argument. And of course that the US and then the West in general have been dismantling the arms control architecture in Europe, underpinning strategic stability. And as an ultimate backstop to convince the skeptics, it was the US that used nuclear weapons for the first and only time in history. So it is them that cannot be trusted to act responsibly and with restraint, or not to harbor the intent to resort to them in a war with Russia. They played it rather smart, keeping an element of plausibility in many of those narratives. Take this episode with the B-52 in Lithuania. B-52 has the record of accidents while carrying nuclear bombs, during the Cold War. So here you are, why not build upon this in making those fakes? And as usual, propaganda exploited very well the democratic nature of the strategic debate in the West. We are always full of self-doubt. The academics, think tankers want to provoke a debate, throw out some, scenarios, to sort of underline that, nuclear deterrence has been neglected. We have to think about it, about the nuclear war scenarios, be prepared for that. That has been always seen. As a good example, the headlines in the Russian media about the rather stupid, if you ask me, simulation video from Princeton University scholar. And basically, the headlines scream, the Baltic states will be destroyed in the first minutes of the war. Never mind that those first 2 minutes actually of the video that is rather incredible in its setting. But nonetheless, this kind of academic freedom is really exploited for the propaganda purposes. Cumulatively, all this allowed Russia to build an information background that grossly distorts the entire picture, stimulated deep-seated suspicions, hostility towards NATO, anxiety about NATO's policies, and basically served to distract from Russia's own policies, posture, and actions. But more importantly, it all laid ground for narratives that are employed in the context of the ongoing war. It seems that everything they've been doing in the preceding 10 years has been aimed at preparing the informational background to make sure that the narratives now they put out sound credible, sound plausible, and just feed into the atmosphere of fear and anxiety. Now, in the context of this war, there's plenty of NATO signaling, plenty of Western signaling taking place. Deterrence signaling, and I'm not going to list all the, no-no-nos that have been told, and all these messages about the catastrophic consequences if Russia uses nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Also worth to underline that a big chunk of NATO's and Western messaging has been actually to reassure Russia and induce it to de-escalate their own rhetoric. And there's a recent paper by SVP, a think tank in Germany, and a couple of authors, just listing both escalatory and de-escalatory messaging from NATO's side I really recommend reading. Russia is jumping at all this as an evidence now that they've been all right all along about the aggressive nature of NATO when it comes to deterrent messaging of the West, but they're also exploiting the de-escalatory signaling of the West as the evidence now of Ukraine not being important to the West enough, just a pawn in a larger game that can be thrown under the bus if Russia escalates and then shows resolve and raises the prospect of a nuclear Armageddon. But overall, there are some interesting lines that are being dropped now in the information space. First, that Ukraine is actively pursuing nuclear weapons, and NATO is ready to give them to Ukraine, because NATO, of course, they've been proven all along for the last 10 years, is a source of nuclear proliferation, right? So that, it sounds about right. The NATO has been planning for this war and its nuclear escalation long before February 24th. There was a translation, alleged translation, by a Belarusian outfit, Eurasian North, portrays, or allegedly saying there's a translation of the French Polaris 2021 exercise scenario, which basically shows they've been preparing for a war on Ukraine's soil and they've been preparing for a nuclear escalation. So basically what Russia was right to invade because it's basically a preemptive action from Russia's side. Poland is about to get nuclear weapons. All these mutterings and interest from the Polish authorities in joining the nuclear sharing policy is now, of course, used as a narrative that, look, there's another country which will become one of those warmongers in the nuclear dimension. And that, of course, NATO and US talk about Russia using tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine is because they plan to do it themselves. Pin the blame on Russia, and then justify their direct intervention against Russia. And the latest example that's basically saying that the United States has already primed the nuclear warhead in Mykolaiv, the port in the south of Ukraine, to blow it up and basically pin blame on Russia and start a war against Russia. There are some also interesting, unintended but useful in stimulating the atmosphere fear episodes that, for instance, there were claims that HIMARS missiles are nuclear capable and that Ukrainians now have them. So, of course, they will nuke Belgorod, which triggered a bout of panic in Telegram channels at the time when Ukraine actually started hitting some targets in Belgorod in Russia. And now the ongoing steadfast noon exercise, of course, is a preparation for an attack on Russia. because similar exercises were held ahead of the Libyan intervention, and therefore, which led to the regime change in Libya. So obviously, this has to be treated as an indicator of the pending attack on Russia. And last but not least, there is an effort to justify Russia's own nuclear rhetoric and posture by referring to nuclear blackmail by NATO towards Russia, and referring to the precedent of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So an old line wrapped in the new context of war, and with Russia's strategic objectives already in mind. To sum up, Russia's narratives about NATO's nuclear policies, capabilities, activities, and lately messages are very well integrated with Russia's meta-narrative about the evil, morally bankrupt, corrupt, and duplicitous West that goes back, more than a decade, and has certainly included a lot of mirroring of Russia's own stance and policies. Until the war, they sought to build plausibility by including some facts at the heart of their storytelling, but are increasingly becoming fact-free in the ongoing confrontation. They've been trying to utilize the de-escalatory messaging of NATO as a way to expose the alleged lack of commitment and support to Ukraine and supposedly true Western motives for its involvement in the war, and as an opportunity to demonstrate Russia's resolve and readiness to escalate up and beyond nuclear threshold. And last, it is also, of course, connected with the flip side that Thomas was highlighting, Russia's own nuclear messaging towards the West, and I would say also with the far side, with the Chinese positions and messaging and then stances it is taking, but it's probably subject of another discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. That was an excellent overview of messaging from this parallel universe where Russia is always right and NATO is always aggressive and hell-bent on destroying Russia, and not just Russia. So our next speaker is Ieva Karpavičiūtė. She has had an extensive career in Lithuania's diplomatic service, and in 2020 she joined the MOD Department of Euro-Atlantic Cooperation, where she also is responsible for nuclear policy. So Ieva, please, the floor is yours, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts on Russia's nuclear messaging.
Can you hear me?
Can we hear?
Is the sound right? Okay. So it is a great pleasure of mine to contribute to this project and to attend this side event panel on nuclear messaging. Actually, my presentation will be based on the work which I'm carrying out together with the colleagues, and in particular Konstantinas Rečkovas, who is a media expert. So, and actually we were focusing on Russia's nuclear techniques, nuclear messaging techniques, and the idea was to take a look into disinformation techniques and evaluate them, whether Russia is using the same similar disinformation techniques for nuclear messaging, or there are any differences when it comes to nuclear. We were looking into the messages. Actually, we started from the strategic documents, and then we were looking into the messages that occur on Russian outlets, media outlets, and we noticed 3 periods for more intensified nuclear messaging. So from 2011 to 2015, from 2017 to 2019, and quite recently, end of 21 and 22. And in this particular presentation, I will present the case study on nuclear messaging techniques at the outset and during the war against Russia, Russia's war against Ukraine. So very, very similarly as Thomas in the previous presentation focused, the point of departure is like strategic narratives, I would say. And I would like to highlight 3 Russia strategic narratives that are resonating with the messaging techniques, nuclear messaging techniques, So those strategic narratives are mutually contradictory, but at the same time, they exist and they're being used very frequently, and nobody they can exist as they're having different goals and different leading to the different intentions. So first strategic narrative is that Russia is claiming as being a great power and requests respect and recognition of its status and power by the international community. The second one, Russia is claiming the zones of its privileged, so-called privileged interests, where it has special rights to disregard sovereignty of neighboring states. And the third one, it expects legitimization of its military aggression by the international community. So looking into the particular case and starting with the early stages of war, like period before the war, so at the outset of war, we observed a nuclear messaging that was aimed at gaining leverage over the Western states, driving the wedges between the Western countries. Also, Russia's attempts to discourage the West from its support to Ukraine. And example, Russia's tabled proposals to NATO and the United States with nuclear-related clauses, proposals requested the legal guarantees that Ukraine would not join NATO and that NATO would return to military posture of 1997. So looking into the particular techniques, they observed that before the war, for instance, February 7, 22, we see the emotional appeal, compellence, and threatening techniques. So Putin is saying, if Ukraine will take back Crimea, European countries will be in conflict with Russia, which is a leading nuclear power superior to many NATO countries. So another technique and narrative used before the war and actually as the war progresses is Russia was stating that Ukraine's leaders were to acquire nuclear weapons. And this narrative, this statement was used from, I don't know, 5, 6, for many times. And it can be attributed to blame game, fabrication, misappropriation, conspiracy theory techniques. Yeah, so another modification of this narrative was in 21st of February, right before the war started. Putin explained that Ukraine, the support of Western partners, was planning to develop nuclear weapons to target Russia. Very, very interesting techniques and nuclear messaging was used on the February 24th. It was a threatening messaging, emotional appeal, and compellence messaging, referring to Russia's nuclear power status, willingness to use nuclear weapons. So they were put in statements highlighting whoever tries to hinder Russia will face consequences never seen in history. And Russia is one of the most powerful nuclear states. There should be no doubt for anyone that a direct threat to Russia would lead to defeat. So that was 24th of February. So during the war, there are couple contradictory messaging techniques used, but early March and May, numerous messages, as Thomas said, observed also, related and referring to Russia's nuclear doctrine. So it was Peskov-Ryabkov stating and referring to nuclear weapons can only be used in existential threat case, and Russia would never escalate anything. Then Medvedev said Russia can use nuclear weapons if its existence is threatened, even by conventional weapons. Peskov referenced a couple of times existential threat. Antonov in May said Russia would only use nuclear weapons defensively in response to WMD use or when state's existence is threatened. So there were very similar narratives throughout the springtime were disseminated. So another narrative and set of messaging and narratives used were mutually contradictory, and also Thomas Rostock's noticed, and Thomas Ermolavičius as well, the narrative and the statement, which refers to 1985 Reagan-Gorbachev statement that nuclear war cannot be won and it must never be fought. And this statement was repeated by Russia at least 3 times. First of all, it was issued on the 1st January by the P5 states, and it was in, I guess, the backdrop of the NPT review conference, preparation for NPT review conference. Then Lavrov restated it on the 16th of April, and on the 1st of August, Putin stated it again. It was during the NPT review conference. So this statement can be assessed as Russia's appeal, as it is kind of global. It is a global nuclear power, and it respects, international nuclear order, and it has the responsibilities as a kind of it takes it as a status issue, status in international community of nuclear power issue. But at the same time, we can observe Russia violating those international nuclear orders principles, non-proliferation principle, for instance, by stating on 25 June that it will be transferring nuclear-capable missiles to Belarus, and highlighting, and also stating that will re-equip its bombers to carry nuclear weapons. So also, another natural 27th of February, they put the nuclear forces on high alert. Another issue that goes against and are contradictory to this NPT principles is safe nuclear energy issues, like Russia is attacking Chernobyl nuclear power plants in Ukraine, so Chernobyl is a Zaporizhzhia power plants. So we can say that during the war, Russia uses this dissuasion, compellence, attempting to signal willingness to escalate the conflict. And at the same time, the more aggressive rhetoric usually is followed by contradictory obscure messages, ones that refer to adherence to NPT principles and respect. So respect for principles are followed by aggressive rhetorics, and then they're coming back to referencing to the NPT principles, and again, threatening messages are coming out. So such a messaging roller coaster, contradictory messaging roller coaster. And the recent period of war can be marked by the techniques of obfuscation, fabrication, rhetorical fallacies aimed at diversion of attention from Russia's real intentions. So September 21st, Putin, after signing the partial mobilization decree, Putin stated that when the territorial integrity of Russia is threatened, Russia will certainly use all means at their disposal to protect Russia and its people, and this is not a bluff. So to sum up, the messaging techniques can be attributed to the classical propaganda and disinformation techniques. They're being used to divert attention, to mislead, to raise the level of miscalculation, and to restrict the Western support to Ukraine, but at the same time to sustain the status of nuclear power. It seems that the entire nuclear playbook is used quite chaotically, with expectation for certain steps from the Western part or broad international community. The techniques used by Russia indicate the intention to get advantage in the war by nuclear blackmailing, but at the same time, Russia wishes to remain a part of global nuclear order, as it gives the status and prestige. So two mutually contradictory intentions exist at the same time, wishes to undermine the system, drive wedges between Western countries, and at the same time wish to remain in the system. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Eva, so much for your thoughts on Russia's nuclear messaging. And I guess now we turn to practitioners. So I guess we outlined the problem, and that there are a couple of people who have to deal with that problem. And I am now turning to Jessica Cox, who has had an extensive career in the U.S. government, where she was a policy analyst in the Office of the Secretary of Defense for Policy. But for the purposes of today's discussion, it is even more important that she is the Director of Nuclear Policy Director at NATO, where she's responsible for developing and implementing NATO nuclear policy, organizing exercises, policy symposiums and training programs, and providing policy support to Secretary General on the nuclear deterrence. She also chairs the Nuclear Planning Group staff group. So how does Russia's nuclear messaging looks from NATO's perspective, and whether the past 8 months have sort of led to rethinking how NATO views Russia? Please.
Good afternoon, can you hear, or good morning, can you hear me? Okay, good, there we go. Sorry, we're having a bit of technical difficulties here, hearing folks in the studio, so hopefully you all can hear me without too many issues. But I just want to say I'm delighted to be speaking here with you this morning. I'm only just very sad that I can't be there in person. I've had just great experiences at Riga in the past at the security conference, and it's disappointing not to be there today. Although I will say things in Brussels, as you can imagine, are quite busy right now for many of the reasons that we're here this morning to discuss. But I'm going to kind of save most of my discussion on strategic communications for my colleague, Chris Riley, who is much more qualified to talk about what NATO is doing in the strategic communications domain than I am. But I do think it's important just for me to highlight how critically important strategic communications are for NATO's nuclear deterrence. We think about deterrence in terms of capabilities and resolve, but also communicating both of those things. So as we think at NATO about our deterrence capabilities and what we can do to deter Russian nuclear threats, strategic communications is a very integrated part of it. But I'll let Chris speak more to that in particular. But what I really want to discuss today is how we're thinking about Russia's nuclear threats and rhetoric from the NATO perspective. I think, as Tomasz and Eva pointed out, Russia has been using nuclear threats and nuclear rhetoric and coercive tactics since even before they initiated their war in Ukraine. So these are tactics and statements that we've been following very closely here from NATO since even November and December timeframes, where we saw President Putin saying things like commenting on their Zircon missile tests and saying this gives them a strategic advantage, things like that. So we've been very closely tracking and monitoring Russia's nuclear rhetoric and its activities. And I think it's important to highlight those activities as well, not just their rhetoric, because just like NATO, they don't just use public messaging, they're also messaging through weapons tests, through exercises, and how they're communicating those activities is of relevance as well. And for instance, I think, as Eva mentioned, their initiation of their GROM nuclear weapons exercise, coincident with their invasion of Ukraine, I think was sending a very clear message to NATO, not from a public messaging standpoint, but a very clear military message and communication to try to prevent NATO from getting involved and getting engaged and putting that nuclear specter over the invasion and trying to signal consequences for NATO's engagement. So this is something that we've been very closely tracking and watching, not just from a rhetorical standpoint, but also their activities throughout the conflict. But I also think one of the benefits that we have being here in NATO is that we're also looking at intelligence very closely as well. So it's not just what they're saying and doing publicly, but it's also what we see them doing privately. And this has been, I think, really critical to helping us calibrate the appropriateness of our messaging throughout the conflict. So when they announced their special, military mobility for their nuclear forces back in February, we were able to very quickly assess through intelligence that they were not putting their nuclear weapons on high alert or significantly changing their nuclear posture in ways that would have been escalatory from a NATO perspective. So we were able to really calibrate our approach to their public messaging by better understanding what was going on the ground. So that has been just, I think, a really critical part, not only in the nuclear dimension, but obviously throughout the early stages of the conflict as well, and just the tremendous amount of information that the United States and other allies made publicly available, made available to NATO. So we really have had a tremendously deep understanding of what Russia is doing on the ground, which has been really critical in helping us to manage escalation, to make sure our responses are in kind or calibrated, and to be able to prevent misunderstanding and miscalculation on both sides. And I think as we've looked at our own public messaging strategy, we've had really two predominant goals from a NATO perspective. One, of course, is to send strong deterrent signals to Russia, particularly that any escalation to the use of nuclear weapons or against allies would be met with significant or severe consequences. This is a message that the Secretary General has been issuing since very early in the conflict, to be very clear that there will be substantial consequences for escalation by Russia in Ukraine or against us. And this has been an important message to make sure is clear and consistent, not only from the Secretary General, but from allies as well, which is why we've had a number of NAC statements from our ministers that reiterate this theme and this message. And of course, our allies such as the US and UK and France have also been clear on this front. France maybe a little differently later, but lately, but they've been pretty clear. We were able to maintain a pretty consistent and calibrated strategy throughout the conflict so far, and this has been, I think, helpful not only to be clear for the deterrence piece of our messaging, but also for reassurance to our allied populations. And this is another critical goal of our strategic communications, is to ensure that we're reassuring our domestic populations that if there is an attack against any NATO ally, that we are prepared as an alliance to defend every inch of NATO territory. And that includes if there's a nuclear use in Ukraine, there will be consequences for Russia if they escalate to that. So we have two goals really with our messaging, one of deterrence and one of reassurance. And I think has been stated pretty clearly in the press statements and in other places, NATO continues to assess that the threat of Russia using nuclear weapons in Ukraine is unlikely. There would be just tremendous amounts of risk and consequences should Putin in particular choose to use nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And we want to continue to make clear that that is the case. But there's also lots of risks of unintended consequences as well. The global outcry for for Putin crossing the nuclear threshold for the first time since the 1940s. I think that the support for Ukraine would just be overwhelming, and he would not be able to, I think, calibrate what the global response would be to the use of nuclear weapons. So I think that there would be tremendous risk and consequences in him choosing to do so. But that said, we can't rule it out, and I think that that's really what we're worried about is that the fact that the threat is not zero, and it may be increasing at the current moment, which with Russia's conventional losses on the battleground and the domestic political pressures that Putin is facing. And I think it's important to recall what Russia's nuclear doctrine says about the cases in which they might consider the first use of nuclear weapons, because I think that their conditions are on the ground in Ukraine are starting to mirror some of these potential use categories, which is important for us to keep in mind. The first, and these are in no particular order, just from what I remember on my head, not from what's written in their doctrine. But the first category is the use of nuclear or other WMD against Russia. So any use of WMD would be considered an opportunity for Russia to consider the use of nuclear weapons. And I think we have to think carefully about whether Russia would consider, manufacturing such an excuse if they really feel compelled to go down this pathway. The second category is ballistic missile strikes against Russian territory. Now, this is not specifically stated in their doctrine as nuclear missile strikes, it's just ballistic missile strikes. Unclear if that's a ambiguity that is deliberate or not. But I think what we're seeing is Russian rhetoric right now with the annexed territories being very clear that that Russia is now considering these as Russian territory and extending their deterrent over missile strikes in those areas. And so that equation of the annexed territories as Russian territory is, I think, leading us in this direction. The third is an existential threat to the Russian state. And I think this is clearly where a lot of Russia's messaging has been throughout the conflict on the potential use of nuclear weapons. But I think what's interesting is it is very clear that Putin is trying to equate the survival of his own regime with the survival of the Russian state. And that is, I think that linkage is what is particularly concerning. We have, no desire to see the Russian state go away, but Russia has been around for hundreds of years, and we would expect it to be around for hundreds of years more. But this kind of the equation of the current administration and the state, I think, is of concern. And then the last category is strikes against critical infrastructure, Russian critical infrastructure that may have a role to play in their nuclear infrastructure. So this could be things like command posts, weapons facilities, critical infrastructure. So this is a kind of a fairly big category of things that could potentially trigger a nuclear response. So obviously, the decision to use nuclear weapons is up to President Putin, and I don't know that he would feel bound by his nuclear doctrine in one way or another. But I do think it's important that we understand what they have said publicly about their nuclear use cases, and think about the current conflict and where they might have be creating excuses should Putin choose to use nuclear weapons. And then just the final point, I think, we have not seen to date any changes in Russian nuclear posture that would cause us a particular concern. But we do think that they may be preparing for their annual Strategic Nuclear Forces exercise, also known as GROM. And so this is something that we're going to be watching very closely. Obviously, conducting nuclear exercises to make sure that your arsenal is safe, secure, and effective is something that we do as NATO, and we would anticipate Russia doing as well. But I do think we'll watch it particularly closely this year, just to make sure that we're confident that what they are exercising is within kind of their normal patterns of behavior, and that we don't see anything that is of particular cause for concern. So that's kind of where things stand from a NATO perspective right now. Like I said, we're really, I think, attuned to this problem set. We're very, following it very closely. We had the MPG, the Nuclear Planning Group, meet at the Defense Ministerial last week to exchange views and consult on the current crisis and the nuclear dimension of the current crisis. So I think, we're doing what we can to be as prepared as possible, but we're not worried right now of an imminent nuclear use, which I think is a good place for us to be. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, also for the reassuring message at the end of your speech that we're not facing sort of imminent nuclear threat at the moment. And then our last speaker on the panel today is Chris Riley, who's had an extensive career in the British military as an officer. But again, for today's purposes, it is important to mention that since 2016, Chris has led the NATO Strategic Communication Unit, providing STRATCOM advice to the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, developing NATO HQ-level communication strategies, frameworks and campaigns, and synchronization of communication efforts between NATO civilian and military staffs and with allies. So we look forward hearing from you. Please.
Thanks. Do you want to just let you some? Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Great. First off, let me send apologies and regrets from my boss, Ambassador Braja, who sadly can't be with you today because very shortly she's getting on a plane to come and join you in person, I believe. So I will try my best to represent her. And I think I'm going to put this discussion in the context of how we think about strategic communications in NATO, and it's been a journey. And I was involved in the strategic communications elements of NATO's overall communications effort before 2016. But 2016 was an interesting time to get going because, of course, we were coming into and off the Warsaw Summit and those key decisions which really started the deeper thinking about deterrence writ large, and as of course a very important component of that, the nuclear deterrence piece. So the thinking in terms of strategic communications and NATO's thinking on deterrence have kind of been evolving round about the same pace and from about the same sort of starting point. And I just want to kick off with a recognition that strategic communications in NATO, both on the civilian and the military side, and drawn from doctrine, is a combination of actions, words, and images in order to achieve predetermined objectives and effects, both on the political and the military side. And of course, that links very closely with the definition of deterrence communications. What are the key elements of that? Robust military capability, demonstrable political will, and clear and convincing strategic communications. And it's no accident that Jessica and I sat in the same room, because you have to do this work hand in glove with either the policymakers, or if you're on the military side, with the guys maintaining and managing that military posture. So our thinking has evolved hand in glove with our policy leads in those conversations with allies in the NPG and the NPG staff group. So again, I don't want to start from this year and the current crisis, but there's been an evolution of how we've been thinking about deterrence communications through the lens of the nuclear problem set. And I think it is fair to say that, 4 or 5 years ago, there was a sort of very, the robust military capability, some expressions of political will, but very, very modest, discrete strategic communications. And in conversation with our policy partners, we decided to have a good close look at that and see if we were helping to achieve NATO's strategic objectives. So we conducted a fairly detailed information environment assessment report in 2019, and we juxtaposed Russia's messaging and that combination of posture, political expression, and strategic communications, and we juxtaposed that against NATO's own efforts, and the results, led us through a reflection process to say we probably need to step up on the communications side. There's an imbalance in those sort of 3 critical elements. It's probably not unfair to say, if you think back to the time when we were being very modest and very careful about our communications, it's not unreasonable to suspect that this is probably not in the top 10 list of issues that your policymakers really want to be discussing with the public. It's very tricky, it's very sensitive. Do we really want to be talking about this? And we took that starting point and then started doing audience research on our own populations to see how they really thought and felt about it. And we didn't do all NATO allies, we did a select number, but from sort of different, if you like, different standing points in their relationship with NATO's nuclear policy. And we took an average, and some of the findings were very interesting. I think the key lesson that came out of that study was that the more people understood about both the threat and our response to that threat, the more likely they would be to have a supportive position in relation to NATO and allied policy on nuclear deterrence. So the sort of notion that if you start talking to people about it, you're going to provoke a negative response, while we didn't scientifically disprove that, there were solid indicators over a number of, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 questions, it was about 5 or 6 questions where there appears to be a fairly clear correlation between a higher level of nuclear IQ in our populations and higher levels of support and understanding for our policies. And that really has helped drive our sort of planning around nuclear deterrence communications. And I know you want to talk about how this is affecting Russia, but deterrence and defense communications are 2 sides of the same coin. Especially when in this modern world, you're not really going to be doing you shouldn't be doing different messaging because, well, we want to tell the Russians one thing, we want to tell our home population something else. That might work in Russia. It certainly doesn't work in our countries, I don't believe. And you'd be found out very quickly, and that then would question your political and communications credibility. So looking through the lens of how do we want to discuss and explain this and have that conversation with our own populations, we have developed a fairly robust set of sort of plans to enable that communications to be proactive, and it's actually rather relevant given the current circumstances, because the discussions you see in some of the Western media outlets about how NATO has talked about the current exercise Steadfast Noon, you might be forgiven for thinking this is the first time we've talked about it. Well, that's not actually true, and you just need to go online and check. We have been talking about it for the last couple of years through the lens of that other planning process, the recognition that if you're going to do an exercise designed to test your capability, but also the safety of your systems, your processes, and be transparent and signal that transparency to a potential adversary, then why would you pretend to do it in secret? And I think it was a conversation we had with allies over a protracted period of time, and the logic won, I believe, and we're now seeing the fruits of that. And I think, from fairly cursory review of the media coverage of Steadfast Noon over the last sort of few days, and of course we're still right in the middle of the exercise, there has been quite a lot of reflection on how open NATO has been. And of course, I would reflect that back to the media and say, but you're paying more attention to it this time. We are big. I think that's always been the plan. As people became more comfortable with those communications activities, it's always been the plan to do that. But people are noticing it because of the strategic context in which, the security context in which the exercises are happening. So looking, coming a bit closer to home in terms of inevitably the discussions, there's the broad mainstream media coverage that we're all tracking across the alliance. And we're also looking at online conversations and seeing the tone. And inevitably, there's going to be a discussion about this. It would be unusual if significant parts of our societies were not anxious about the current security environment. But again, I think the NATO messaging has been very clear. It's been very consistent, and it is clearly linked with the actual posture, the physical actions that are taking place out on the ground. Looking at Russian communications, and I think Yeva and our other colleagues have probably delving into it, on a much more sort of granular level at the moment. But we're obviously tracking Russia's communications, and we'll be looking at reporting that back to allies after this sort of exercise period, looking at both our own communications and Russia's communications, over this sort of, I would say, the October timeframe, maybe into November. One data point that we're obviously tracking it as we go along. Quite an interesting data point. We've been looking at level of effort and output, and this isn't about the narratives themselves or the messaging itself. But interestingly, the volume, which is an indicator of level of effort, of output coming out of the sort of Russian ecosystem, is pretty consistent with last year and the year before, around about this same time period when the exercises traditionally take place. I've really just been looking at this over the last 24 hours, and I don't want to make too much of it, other than no great dramatic change in level of effort is something that we will think about, as we get towards the end of this period, and see if we can draw some conclusions. Jessica's reference to the intelligence community, I think, is very pertinent. There is only so much we can and should aim to do by analysing and thinking about Russia's public communications in this context. It's absolutely critical that the intelligence community and other communities, perhaps more closely linked in on the political and diplomatic side, are able to factor that in to a broader assessment and a deeper assessment of Russian intent. I think one thing that we will be doing, again, recognizing that this year is from a security perspective inevitably different, is to run another set of audience research polling, which we plan to do. I think we're planning to do the field work next month, and take a pulse and see what's changed, if anything, in terms of how people look at and think about NATO's own nuclear deterrence sort of posture and policy. We do these sort of audience research things more broadly across all 30 allies and across all of the major sort of policy areas. We ran one at the end of last year and then one just before the summit. But this one will again home in on nuclear deterrence and nuclear deterrence communications, so that when we have another exchange, we do another information environment assessment report for the NPG, that we can provoke a meaningful discussion with allies about whether our communications posture is correctly aligned and appropriately calibrated alongside our broader policy and nuclear posture. I think, recognizing that you want to take some Q&As, I'll stop there and be happy to throw the difficult questions to Jessica.
All right, thank you, Chris. At this point, we have about 20 minutes for Q&A session, and to make it more productive, so that it will be great if there are any questions, you can ask those questions, but please aim those questions at someone in particular, because otherwise you will have all five of us, willing to say something, and that will take a lot of time. While the audience present in this room, while they are still thinking, I have one question for Jessica. I guess that's not a surprise, but I guess it's clear at this point that the Russian president doesn't want to use nuclear weapons. I think he understands that it would have serious consequences for Russia as a country and for him personally. But at the same time, when we look into the future, and there are multiple scenarios of how the war evolves, so multiple scenarios are possible. If the scenario where Ukrainian forces continue liberating parts of the occupied territory, and if eventually the Russian military is unable to stop Ukrainian advances, well, what would it take from NATO to make sure that that deterrence continues to work, and that Russia is continuously deterred from using nuclear weapons in Ukraine, under conditions where the Russian forces are losing? I'm just wondering what your thoughts on this might be, please.
So I'm going to have to apologize because I only got about half the question, but I think your question was how does NATO make sure deterrence continues to work in a scenario in which Ukraine is making significant lost territory and things like that. Okay, good. So I think there's a couple things that we've been very clear on. And will continue to be clear in our messaging to Russia. And certainly the first is what I talked about before, which is that, I'm now blacked out here. I'm not sure if you can see me.
We can hear you as well.
We've lost Jessica on the. Oh no, you come back.
It's interesting because we can still see both of you, and we can hear both of you. So do not say anything inappropriate, please.
All right, we'll try again then. So I think NATO is going to continue to be very clear to Russia that any escalation would meet severe consequences, and that will be the case regardless of how the war plays out with Ukraine and with Russia. I mean, and I think we've been clear since the beginning of the invasion, and we'll be clear at the end. We are prepared to defend every inch of NATO territory, and that the use of nuclear weapons would have severe consequences. And so both of those things are going to continue to be true regardless of what happens. And I think, you know, we have enhanced, and I didn't really talk about this much in my remarks, but we've enhanced our conventional posture significantly since February 24th. We've created new battle groups. We've been conducting significant air policing along NATO's, the Eastern allies. We're continuing to have significant exercises in the Mediterranean with the allies. So, I mean, we are going to continue to send those deterrent signals from both a conventional standpoint and from a nuclear standpoint throughout the conflict, and regardless of what happens, because it's as Chris mentioned, not just about messaging to Russia, but it's also about reassuring allies and our own publics that we're prepared, and being clear that we are prepared. We have the forces and capabilities in place and available should things escalate. And I also think that we've been clear as an alliance, you know, that we're committed to Ukraine. We're committed to their success in this war of aggression from Russia. And that's not going to change. And so we're going, you know, the allies are going to continue to send military aid and equipment. We're going to continue to do what we can to bolster Ukrainian defenses and their military capabilities. And we are here to support Ukraine to the end. And I think both the Secretary General and, you know, President Biden and others have been clear on that front.
Any questions from the audience here to our speakers? There are two questions, so please.
Okay, I hope you can hear me.
No, please talk to the microphone.
Okay, I hope you hear me now. I don't know to whom aimed this question, but I guess to you two both. Have you seen any tendencies of Russia using their Russian-speaking population in other countries to spread this information, maybe in Latvia or Baltic states?
Have any insights on?
Eva, Thomas?
Well, I didn't notice that specifically. I think they're cultivating in general a deep-seated fear and anxiety in Western societies, and there are different, levels of anxiety in different segments of the societies, where their messaging is really directed, the intimidating messaging, in order to basically put the pressure on the governments from below. Obviously, the Russian speakers are part of our societies, and they are exposed to this as well. And one of the things that both in Russia and in our societies, one of the things that people are not very keen to die in the nuclear Armageddon. So obviously, the Russians themselves in the society have anxiety about that, and that is why sometimes Russia may overplay its hand in this whole game. But there's no specific way of distinguishing whether there's a Russian-speaking minority which is a target of that. There are plenty of our own in our society, those segments, be it useful idiots of Putin or just far left, far right radical populist forces and so on, who really are keen on being recipients of that message. So to me, it's rather less the concern of how they go about Russian minority, but how we go about people like Elon Musk. Despite all that, very clear and transparent communication and confidence in NATO's, self-confidence in its own communication, I'm not sure they can defang Elon Musk when he goes out on Twitter and says, we're all going to die in the nuclear war, and now I'm unplugging Starlink because of that. I mean, this is a bigger problem than the Russian speakers in Latvia or Estonia or anywhere else. So basically, these big influencers who have a really global voice and the platform and means to reach out their audiences. Yeah.
Eva, would you like to add something?
Yes, just one remark. Actually, we didn't carry out an analysis on Russian-speaking populations' attitudes in NATO countries, but what we did, we took a look into the Google Trends and the ticket time span from 2010 to 2022, and how frequently Russian population is searching the terms nuclear war, nuclear weapons. So the stark increase 2022. It's like enormous increase. So people are getting interested in the topic. And if you would look back to 2000, I don't know, 6, 5, 10, even 15, that's very numbers would be very low. So that's the observation from our research, and it is, I think, it's interesting and it is natural.
I think it correlates with the general trend and the search, and anxiety for nuclear, strategy, clues, and so on. It correlates with, with overall, sentiment in our societies. People are getting scared, and this is what the Russians are exploiting for what we call reflexive control. They know about this reflex, and they're really trying to, really manipulate that, risk assessment, risk perception, this fear and anxiety in order to make make them sound credible, make their resolve sound credible, and get what they want actually on the cheap without even using the nuclear weapons. That fear will do the job for them.
We have another question from the audience, but before we go there, I would like to ask Chris about, it seems that people are interested in nuclear weapons and nuclear war given the circumstances, and you mentioned that people who are informed, they would have more supportive views of sensible nuclear policies. But then, where do you even start when it comes to educating the Western public about nuclear war, nuclear weapons, NATO's nuclear policy, the nuclear threat posed by Russia, and so on? Can you briefly address that, please?
Sorry, I lost the last part of your question, but I think I got the thrust of it. Well, I think, I think very factually, it doesn't, de-dramatizing it, I know that, it's a very dramatic topic. The very nature of it is dramatic. But, starting off with a discussion about the threat and actually, looking at the language in the new strategic concept, the language that we now see in the 2022 strategic concept echoes conversations that have been happening in the MPG staff group for quite a number of years, and actually having the confidence to lay that out. NATO has been, ever since I've been in NATO, since 2005, and I'm sure it predates that, with Thomas was referring to the declaratory policy, as long as nuclear weapons exist, NATO will be a nuclear alliance, and there's a good reason for that, and here's why. And you can have those conversations, and it's interesting. If you imagine talking to a housewife in Manchester or a ship worker in Germany, in a world where Iran and North Korea and China have nuclear weapons, and now add to that the discussion that we've just been having about how a European state in the 21st century is threatening, having invaded another country, is now implying, on a scale of implying to threatening the use of nuclear weapons. Do you think it's a good idea that we should have them or not? Do you think it's a good idea? And that's where you start the conversation. And it's really interesting that many level-headed people will say, yeah, I'm not terribly keen on nuclear weapons. I don't think they're generally a good thing. But precisely for that reason, if anybody's going to have them, they need to be in safe hands. And the very elements of Western society which people point to as being, as indicating our weakness, that sort of like reflective, discursive, democratic, the exchanges that we have, the fact that it's okay for Elon Musk to say, I'm worried about this. You know, it's a democratic country. The fact that he's very influential is a challenge for us. But those very weaknesses are the underpinning strength of the Western alliance, of the rules-based international order, the values that we stand for. And then you say, so you're okay with North Korea having this stuff, but not us, just checking. And of course, most people go, yeah, you know what, actually, I think you're right. And the transparency that we're increasingly using in and around this issue, in my view, you know, and this is going to be tested again when we do another pulse of audience research, you know, is, we believe, slowly and steadily paying dividends. The question, I think, you know, and I'm sure Thomas is reflecting that, and Yeva as well, is in the current security context, with all of the, you know, the churn that's gone up, and, you know, like you, I'm rolling my eyes at the Elon Musk tweets, but these are valid concerns of people, you know, and we'll see if people still think it's a good idea for us to maintain a credible nuclear capability for defensive purposes at a time of great security uncertainty. And you know, how do you do it? Well, you know, you eat the elephant one spoonful at a time. And the important thing is that we have the discussion. That, you know, if our research had come back and said, you know what, stay away from it. The moment you mention it, it just puts people off. Then we would have had a different discussion. But the indicators are that when you get beyond the headlines of, you know, oh my God, the Russians are threatening nuclear Armageddon, and say, well, let's riddle through this. Let's talk about it in a bit more depth. You are more likely, our starting position is, you're more likely to get people to understand and support your position. And that goes to the political credibility, that political will, that is also part of the deterrence equation. It's not, it's also important in terms of projecting that confidence to Russia. You know, even though it's kind of internally focused. Hope that wasn't too all over the place.
I think that was excellent advice on how to start that conversation. And we have a question, right?
Actually, you answered my question about hearing it. Yes, sir. The previous speaker.
Mm-hmm. And there's another one.
I heard China being mentioned briefly in the introduction and just now, and even though this talk is on Russia's nuclear posturing, I just wanted to ask what role does China play in assessing this whole, or calculating this current situation with Russia's nuclear posturing? Thank you.
And
to everyone, I don't know who to specifically ask this to.
Well, as a moderator, I will relay that to our NATO colleagues.
I guess I'll take that. No, I mean, I think in general, you know, China has been, well, I would say so so I think outside of the current conflict, you know, we have significant concerns about China's nuclear doctrine and policies, its buildup of its own nuclear arsenal and capabilities, and the real lack of transparency that we have over what China is doing from a nuclear doctrine and posture standpoint. And I think those concerns were reflected in the strategic concept that came out this summer, where we have, for the first time, kind of mentioned China as a strategic competitor for the alliance. So you know, kind of as a separate issue, I think NATO is increasingly concerned about China's nuclear arms buildup and its posture. You know, just again, focused on the nuclear piece of this, of the current conflict, you know, China has actually signaled to Russia messages of constraint, which is good. I think we would like to see China signal more messages of constraint to Russia. So that would be, I think that is something that is China as a nuclear armed state has a responsibility, like we all do as nuclear armed states, to signal that the use of nuclear weapons is unacceptable. And I hope that they are sending that message to Russia privately, if not publicly. And I think that, more broadly, China seems to be distancing itself a little bit from where Russia is. So we'll see how that plays out in the coming weeks and months. But I think on the nuclear piece in particular, which is what we look at here, I think we have a inherent concern about where China's going, that's separate from the current conflict.
All right. It seems that time has run out at this point. We have about 20 seconds left, which is barely enough for me to say thank you to all the speakers. This has been a very, very interesting and informative discussion. It is also a conversation that we will be having for quite some time, because as the war in Ukraine will continue in the coming month, we will be paying a lot of attention to all things nuclear, both military and civilian, actually. And also, hopefully we can next year welcome Chris and Jessica in Riga as well.
And Eva.
And a big thank you to and Eva as well. I have no idea why you decided to remain in Lithuania and miss this event. In any case, thank you to everyone, and I think that our panelists deserve a big round of applause. Thank you.
here in the room, and also those who have joined us with the help of live stream. I'm thrilled and actually excited because I must say this is the first such high-level expert discussion about the United Nations Security Council that has taken place here in Latvia. And there is a good reason for that, because Latvia has put forward its candidature for the United Nations Security Council's non-permanent member seat in the elections of 2025, which also means that all the United Nations issues are now high on agenda in Latvia's foreign policy. My name is Gunda Reire. I'm advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs here in Latvia. And it will be my pleasure to moderate this wonderful panel discussion with a, I must say, relatively provocative title, A Seat at the United Nations Security Council. Is it worth of it? We have a brilliant panel today before us, and I must say that the composition of this panel discussion is not accidental. You know, as in the best Agatha Christie's novels, everybody has a reason to be here, and everybody will play a specific role here. I will reveal those roles a bit later during the discussions, but let me shortly introduce you to our panelists. From the left, you see Simon Draper. He comes from New Zealand. He's an experienced diplomat and currently works at the Asia-New Zealand Foundation. And Simon, I think you are the conference guest who has traveled the longest way to us this year.
36 hours.
36 hours, and he's here in our discussion. Thank you very much for coming to Latvia. Then we have Ambassador Stephen McGann from the United States of America. He's retired senior foreign service officer with the rank of Minister Counselor, and he's founder of the Stevenson Group. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming. Then we have Sanita Pavļuta Deslandes. She represents Latvia, the Foreign Ministry of the Republic of Latvia, and she's the head of the United Nations Security Council Task Force at the ministry. So via Zoom, we have Dr. Kristi Raik. Welcome. Nice to see you here in this hybrid format. And she is director of the Estonian Foreign Policy Institute. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me. And sorry not to be with you physically.
Thank you. And we have also Elizabeth McCullough here in our discussion. She comes from Ireland and is the UN Director at the Department of Foreign Affairs of Ireland. Thank you for coming and joining our discussion. So we will have, I hope, a really vibrant discussion here because issues we are going to debate are important and also partly controversial here because we may say that a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and there is a paradox that nowadays when we also see Russia's waged war in Ukraine, the weakest link in maintenance of global peace and security is the strongest institution globally, the United Nations Security Council, which is the only institution that authorizes the use of military force in international relations. Therefore, in this slide, there will be three main questions we will deal with in this panel discussion. First, is it really worth to strive for the seat at the United Nations Council if we see that it is in a deadlock and incapable to react to international conflicts? Then, if it's really worth to strive for the seat, how to get elected, which strategies work and which strategies do not work, and then when you got elected, how to use the term in the most effective way. Therefore, let me start with a question to Stephen, to you, and as I promised, I will reveal some reasons why everybody has come to discussion. Well, Stephen does not represent a small country here, although all other four panelists do. And nevertheless, he has gained a really, really rich experience in United Nations issues. Previously, he has been assigned to the US mission to the UN, has been a delegate to the Security Council, has covered the Committee on Security Council reform, and also in academia, well, your focus has been also devoted to small countries' opportunities in international relations. So, my question is very, very closely related to the title of this discussion, namely the role and powers of P5. Of course, they're not comparable with those of non-permanent members. Then give us, please, some arguments why to strive for the seat, and how do you think, are there any specific opportunities that small countries have, but maybe largest they do not have? Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for the introduction. I must say that I'm very pleased to be here as a participant in the conference, and I do think the role of small states is very critical and something that we have to closely understand in terms of how small states can build better coalitions, be it through international organizations such as the United Nations and elsewhere. But let me start with one thing, and that is one of the benefits of finally becoming an ambassador is that you can use the first person. I can actually say I believe or I think. And I think that's extremely important because, as you mentioned, I am not here representing my government, but representing more of my experience, particularly at the United Nations, but also on other global issues. One of the things we always tend to overlook in discussing the Security Council is it worth it? I am very much a pro-United Nations person. All right, I strongly believe in its principles, and it's a bit of a cliche, but it's true. If we didn't have the United Nations, we'd have to create one. All right, but let's look at some of the more practical areas as to why it's important for small states to be members of the Security Council. One, as members of the Security Council, small states have the ability to use their voice to promote issues of importance to small states. We can't always just look at the Security Council in the context of big power relationships, but in fact, the concerns and interests of small countries are very important. From a practical standpoint, we tend to forget that although the role of the P5 is very important because they have, each of the members of the P5 obviously have veto powers, but it takes 11 votes for the Security Council to discuss key issues. And this is one role in which small countries can play a role during their time on the Council. The second thing is that each of these countries has the opportunity to become, on a rotating basis, the president of the Security Council. And so they can articulate, they can frame issues in a way that the larger states tend to overlook. So, and the third piece to why that's important is that while we like to focus on resolutions, particularly sanctions resolutions, or resolutions authorizing actions under Chapter 7 or Chapter 6, the role of the presidential statement is very, very important to the conduct of the work of the Security Council. So it's very, very easy for us, again, to always slide into what does the United States want? What do other members of the P5 want? Without focusing on how the system works, all right? Secondly, I'd like to also point out that the election of small states to the Security Council doesn't start with lobbying the P5. It starts with engendering the confidence and lobbying countries within your own regional group, so that when you come to the Security Council as a rotating member, you have the interests of your own country, but you also have the responsibility to represent the views of your regional group. All right? And that's something that is equally as important, in some instances maybe more important than the wielding of a veto. All right? For example, and I don't want to just dominate the conversation, but for instance, the question before the Security Council and the UN at large will be very soon on the situation in Haiti. I think small states understand what the Haitians are going through, their needs, the responsibilities of larger states, and can articulate a vision within the context of the UN that larger states would tend to overlook. So, yes, it is worth it. Yes, it is something you should strive for, and something that goes beyond just the immediate interests of Latvia, but in fact, larger regional concerns. And those concerns can go beyond the existential threat of military conflict, but also key transnational threats that are affecting us today.
Thank you, Stephen, very much. And now I'd like to turn to Kristi. And there are three main reasons why she's here. First of all, she's our closest neighbor. She comes from Estonia. And the second reason is that Estonia was the elected or non-permanent member of the Security Council in 2021. And I must say that Estonia's historically first Security Council's term has been praised as really effective, very much focused and significant, both for Estonia as a sovereign country and also internationally. And the third reason, she has co-authored a really, really interesting research, and the report is also published under the title Small States, Different Approaches, where four authors analyze really close experiences, but still a little bit different, of Estonia and Norway, when they both were members of the Security Council. And therefore, Kristi, I have a question to you about those two membership phases, the campaign phase, or how to get elected, and the second, this actual membership phase, when you are already in the Council. If you look at Estonia's, as I said, this really good experience and effective membership, how do you think, what was the most significant and influential factors during the lobbying campaign, and what to bear in mind while sitting in the Council?
Thank you very much for the questions. Indeed, I was following closely Estonia's membership in the Security Council during the past 2 years, and we had this very fruitful joint project with Norwegian colleagues where we compared the experiences of the two countries, and also looked a bit more broadly at why small states want to become members in the Security Council and what are their approaches when in the Council. And to begin with the decision whether to join or why to wish to become a member, I must say in Estonia it was not a self-evident choice to go for it. There was quite a lively debate in the foreign and security policy community, and some hesitation about whether this is the best way to use the scarce resources of a small state, knowing that the most important frameworks for international cooperation are those with our closest allies in the EU and NATO. But once the decision was taken, then Estonia did kind of go for it with full energy and determination, and did a very active campaign, competing with Romania, which has a considerably broader diplomatic network. But Estonia's one strength was the choice of very clear priority issues, and Estonia already before the campaign was well known internationally for its expertise in the sphere of cybersecurity and digitalization. And this is something that was really useful in the campaign phase, and it really is a topic that interests countries across the world. There are many countries that wish to learn from the Estonian experience of how to build a digital society and how to make it secure. So that was the top issue in the campaign, and then also as a member of the Security Council. And I think Estonia also managed in the campaign to kind of turn this small size into an advantage. Because as a small state, you can kind of more credibly present yourself as an honest broker and a country that has a sincere interest to defend multilateral cooperation and rules-based international order. You don't have the same kind of colonial baggage that some bigger states have. So while Estonia was very little known in many countries of the third world, or the global south, as we say nowadays, it managed to actually run a successful campaign in many of these countries, also in the global south. And then once it got into the council, again, having clear priorities was very important. But of course, when you are in the council, there are issues that are on the agenda. Often they have been there for many years. The ability of a small state to act as an agenda shaper is limited. So it's not an easy job to enter with your own priorities and then actually try to get other members of the council interested in them and try to have discussion on these issues. You have to deal with the issues that are already on the agenda and that actually fill most of the time of the council work. Also, I think it's important to note that maybe having these kind of concrete issues on the agenda and having an impact in certain specific issues, it's perhaps not the most important reason or motivation for small states to become members of the Security Council, because the impact is unavoidably rather limited. Estonia did manage to bring cybersecurity on the council agenda, and everyone familiar with the work of Security Council knows how hard it is to bring any new topic to the agenda of the Security Council. It has been a long process with climate security, for example. Then health is one of the more recent topics that emerged during COVID. And indeed, cybersecurity is something where there is a strong kind of coalition of like-minded countries, but then also very different views among members and permanent members of the council. So this was an achievement, and Estonia also managed to keep kind of regional security issues on the agenda. Events in Belarus and in Ukraine, which of course matter a lot to our own security. Estonia was using this membership in the council as a way to get visibility to the positions of Estonia and its allies, like-minded countries, and to strengthen the coalition of the like-minded countries. But of course, we have to also acknowledge that the actual situation on the ground in these regional conflicts did not get any better. And unfortunately, the ability of the Security Council to do anything to improve the situation with regard to these conflicts is zero, I must say, because you have one member of a permanent member of the Security Council who is actually violating the core norms of the United Nations Charter in Ukraine, especially, and this has led the whole UN system to its most serious crisis ever today. So this is where we are, but of course for small states it remains crucial that you still try to highlight that there are norms that have been agreed internationally in the UN framework that are there to be respected, and when there are violations, there have to be consequences of the violations. The UN is one framework for discussing these issues, but then there are, of course, other instruments for tackling the problems and for making sure that there are costs for the violations of norms. But this broader framework of the UN is still, although it is in a crisis and its impact is very limited, it's still this broad international multilateral framework where small states have a strong interest to be kind of active contributors and to kind of also use it as an opportunity to improve their reputation as kind of active members of the international community. They can make a professional contribution to the work of the Council, and finally, of course, it's a unique opportunity in the Security Council to gain diplomatic experience, and this is something that Estonian diplomats regard very highly and found it very useful, of course, to have this experience of playing in the top league of international diplomacy. And also one final detail is that it was actually quite important for further strengthening relations with your closest allies and with the like-minded countries that are permanent members, but also elected members in the Council. So this is like an additional framework in addition to NATO and the EU, where you can actually strengthen your cooperation with allies. I will stop there. Thanks.
So thank you very much. Actually, we heard a lot of arguments, well, how to benefit when you're in. And what else we heard, that being small does not necessarily mean that you're weak, you know, incapable, or maybe insignificant. There are different ways how to consolidate your friends and your worldview. And now I would like to ask a question to Elizabeth, and there are two reasons why Elizabeth is here. First of all, Estonia was the Security Council member in 2021, but Ireland is currently the United Nations Security Council's non-permanent member. This is the first reason. And the second one, Elizabeth coordinates Ireland's engagement as a member at the United Nations Security Council. Therefore, my question, Kristi already mentioned Russian war in Ukraine. Yes, my question is, how do you assess as a member of the Security Council, the possibilities of influencing the United Nations agenda during Russia's aggression in Ukraine, because much has been said, and we really know a lot about, what the non-permanent members can't do because of this disproportional distribution of power within the council, but what they can do, especially in this really grave and crucial moment.
Thanks very much, Gunda, and very nice to be here today and to be in Riga for the first time ever. So as you said, yes, Ireland is a member of the Security Council at the moment. We were elected in 2020 to serve a 2-year term for 2021 and 2022, so we're coming towards the end of our term now. When we joined the Council, we developed kind of 3 core principles that have really guided our work on the Council. So that's strengthening conflict prevention, building peace, and ensuring accountability. So everything that we've done on the Council during our term has been very much built on those three principles. And we've really tried to use our position to engage with all Security Council members, so permanent members and elected members alike, in a constructive and as flexible as possible manner. I mean, I should acknowledge that, as you said, the permanent members certainly have a disproportionate power and a disproportionate influence over what happens on the Council because of a number of reasons, their long-standing position, the institutional memory that they have, their greater access to the organs, their control over the agenda setting, subsidiary body roles and so on. And the dynamics on the Council are very difficult and have been particularly difficult during the time that we've been on the Council, including because of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the war that it's waging there. So the dynamics are very difficult, but I mean, that's not that unusual. There were periods during the Cold War when it was almost impossible to get agreement on anything at all. But it certainly has affected the work of the Council, and I think that's probably shown most clearly in the difficulty in getting texts agreed, so things like presidential statements, press statements in particular, which are normally, in better times, relatively easy to negotiate. It's been very, very hard to get agreement on those. So last year, for example, up to from the beginning of the year to October, there were 19 presidential statements agreed, whereas this year, within the same time frame, there have only been 6, so less than a third, and very few press statements agreed as well. But despite that, there has actually been a capacity to continue with the core work of the Council, I would say. So on important areas like special political missions or peacekeeping operations, mandate renewals and so on, it still has been possible to keep that work going. And a number of mandates have been renewed effectively, like UNAMA and UNSMIL, for example, which will be coming up again. So the work hasn't completely stopped, but it's I think that it's crucial that that work is allowed to continue, and particularly because as I said, the war in Ukraine is a very significant issue that has affected the dynamics. But there's a perception in some countries, particularly in the global south, that we're exclusively focused on the war in Ukraine, and that we're neglecting the many other conflicts and crises that there are around the world. So I think it's very important that we're cognizant of that, and that we don't allow the war in Ukraine, which is of course a hugely important issue, but that we don't allow that to dominate proceedings. That feeds into the narrative as well that has been pushed, that the West doesn't care about what's going on in the rest of the world. So that's something that we've been particularly careful to try to focus on. But your question raises a very valid question, and it's really, what is the value of being a member of the Security Council? Is it worth it? It's a very resource-intensive and expensive thing to run for. So, I mean, if we look at that, I think from the perspective of Ireland, from our time on the Council, the answer would be a very resounding yes. It's definitely worth it to be an elected member of the Council, and particularly as a small state. And I would just refer particularly to 3 elements of that. The first element, I think, would be that it's possible to really deliver concrete outcomes in areas or in crises that are affecting the world. Secondly, it's kind of a collateral. Christy referred to it there earlier, being on the council and the campaign, in fact, itself as well, but also being a member of the council has allowed Ireland as a country, as a system, the government, civil society, everyone to become much better networked, coordinated, much stronger, much better, richer kind of dialogue on a lot of issues. And to extend our network of contacts around the globe and so on. And then thirdly, I think just because of our strong belief in multilateralism, it's very important that we stand up for multilateralism. And I think by becoming a member of the Security Council, that kind of shows how important that is. So I mean, just on the first point, in areas where you can have a concrete impact. I mean, there's what we found is that it's good for elected members to focus on geographic areas where they might have a particular expertise or insights, historic ties, or on contentious issues where it's obviously going to be difficult for other countries to reach agreements, so that you can kind of build a bridge. So they could do it through work on emerging crises, like we have done in Ethiopia, for example, where we've been kind of the informal penholder. They can do it on thematic issues where there's a long-standing political interest, as we have done a lot of work around peacekeeping and peace building. So we got a resolution through last year on the kind of transitions from peacekeeping to peace building. Or they can do it on contentious issues, such as the Syria humanitarian file, where we've worked very effectively with another small neighbouring country here, Norway, to make sure that the cross-border humanitarian operation has been able to continue very effectively. So I think for all of those reasons, the ability to be able to deliver very concrete outcomes on a lot of the actual files that are on the Council's agenda, that standing up for multilateralism, putting our money where our mouth is, that it's not just enough to say that we believe in multilateralism, but that you actually have to go, you have to stand for election to the Security Council, also the Human Rights Council, the Peace Building Commission, all of these other kind of organs, is very important, particularly, I would say, for small states, which believe very strongly in the rule of international law and indeed depend on respect for international law for our very sovereignty. And then thirdly, as I said, just that third element, which is kind of a collateral but a really important one, which allows the country and the systems within the country to become richer, stronger, better connected, to develop a lot more expertise, and to really, we found internally that it strengthened the communication between the Foreign Ministry, the government as a whole, civil society, the media, and all of the other kind of organs of the state as such. There's a lot better flow of information and a much better kind of cooperation, I think.
Thank you, Elizabeth, also for, digging a little bit deeper and with outlining, those different roles, responsibilities that the United Nations Security Council has. Because, the Council is not simply about, the veto, 15 members, P5 and P10. The toolbox is much richer than just resolutions or the veto power, and also the roles a member state can play. These roles go really beyond just the final decision-making phase. Thank you very much for these insights. And now I have a question to Simon. There are 3 reasons why he is here and why he has come from New Zealand, which is actually on the totally different part of the world. First of all, New Zealand Zealand is also a small country. Therefore, your experience is very interesting to us here in Latvia because of our foreign policy priorities right now. Secondly, New Zealand, although is located in a very, very different region, is a member of the Western European and others group.
Yeah, we're the OG.
Yeah, the OG, the United Nations, which basically means that we belong to the same community of Western democracies. This is the second reason. And the third reason is that Simon was deeply involved in the New Zealand's, I must say, very successful lobbying campaign for a seat at the United Nations Security Council. And here's my question. We know that to secure a place at the Council, countries must receive, according to the Charter, 2/3 of the majority at the General Assembly, which means at least 128 votes. Bearing in mind your country's geographical location, we have a very specific and interesting question here in Latvia. How to persuade countries from such regions as Asia and Africa, which strategies on maybe arguments work in these regions during the membership lobbying campaign, and how to persuade those countries to vote in the General Assembly?
Sure. Kia ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, kua hui mai I tēnei rangi, I mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana, e mihi ana ki ngā mana whenua, e mihi ana ki ngā tangata whenua, ko tumuaki o ki te whito tūhono ki Asia New Zealand Foundation, ko Simon Draper toko ingoa no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the invitation. The problem with going last is a lot has been said. For those of you who don't know, the reason I'm here is not because I'm the head of the Asia New Zealand Foundation, but I was the Director General for our campaign. New Zealand was on the Council 2015-2016. We were in contested election against Spain and Turkey. When I took the job, I was told I'd be fired when we lost because the presumption was we would lose against Spain and Turkey. We got 145 votes in the first round. 75% of the UN membership decided New Zealand was going to be on the council. I may have come the furthest, but I'm probably the least prepared, I'm afraid, for this. So I'm going to answer your question, but in my way, I might do a few short detours. I think there's three parts to being on the Security Council. There's the campaign, which I agree with Elizabeth is very. There's the what happens in New York, and then there's what does Latvia do while it's on the council outside of New York. And I often think foreign ministries forget a little bit about that. You know, you asked what were at the focus of our campaign. How did we get Asia and Africa? I can say that New Zealand's strongest support wasn't from Europe, sadly. It wasn't from the Pacific, sadly. It was from Asia. New Zealand, in terms of quality and quantity of votes, got more from Asia than any other region. The simple answer to your question is how do you get your vote? Well, what's your value proposition? Why should Sierra Leone vote for Latvia? Why should St. Kitts and Nevis vote for Latvia? Why should Tonga vote for Latvia? And one of the differences for us is we didn't say we were going to be a WEOG candidate. We said we were going to be a global candidate. We said we weren't there just to represent us or our region. We were, because there's nothing in the Charter that says WEOG, right? There's nothing in the Charter that says Eastern Europe. Those are conventions that have been made up. So we didn't see a geographic sort of boundary. So the pitch that New Zealand made was simply, like I said, narrative was lots of posts, lots of money. Our pitch was, whatever issue comes up to the Security Council, we'll give you a fair hearing. We mightn't like you, we mightn't like what you say, but we will listen to your arguments on the merits. Remember, 80% of Security Council issues are African. Right? So what do you think of the Western Sahara? What do you think of South Sudan? What do you think of those things? So we had to change the narrative. I would remind that of the 193 member states, 109 are small states. So the majority of states in the UN are actually small. what we know, I suppose, about the small states thing is that the power of the P5 is not the veto. The power of the P5 is their permanence. I mean, they are draft rules of procedure. They haven't been adopted. So we know that a broken Security Council is in no one's interests, particularly small states. We are more reliant on the rules-based order than anyone else. And I would argue on that point, I'm a Hobbesian, I err on the melancholy. I don't think we are in a period of uncertainty at the moment. I don't think this is a disruptive period. I think we have exited a period of remarkable stability and certainty. So 1945 to 2015 for countries like New Zealand was pretty stable. What's happened, as we see it, is that for a variety of reasons, we are going to be having a lot more crises around. And what that means for foreign ministries is you're going to have to get better at dealing with crises. And what it also means is we can imagine more issues are going to wash up at the Security Council. And so my own view is running for the Security Council now is probably more important than it was. Something Elizabeth said that I really want to pick up is part of the value for us is in October 2014, we were the most informed foreign ministry that New Zealand's ever had. We knew more about the world at that time than any other time. And I think that was one of the great benefits for us. We had to learn about other countries and learn what was important for them. And it's sort of like, well, if you're a diplomat, what are you there for if it's not to understand the world better and advance your own interests? So I argue a lot of the value is actually the campaign, and a lot of the value is what you do when you're on the council with other countries. You know, the New Zealand ambassador doesn't get into the doors of Washington, despite Steve's great fondness. We don't get into the walls of the White House very often, or the Quai d'Orsay. You know, who wants to hear from New Zealand? When you're on the Security Council, they want to hear from you. So there's a period for 2 years where you have unparalleled access. And how does a country like Latvia use that? Sorry, I've gone all over the place, but that's normal for me. Let's get back to your question. How does a country like New Zealand secure votes in Africa? 54 votes in Africa. You can't win without Africa. And the Pacific and Caribbean together have more votes than the European Union. How do you get those votes? Well, you've got to be, first thing is authentic. You've got to decide who you are and what you want to do. Everyone wants to, leave the Security Council in better condition than it finds it. Everyone wants that. But what are you going to do to convince these countries who see a vote as a very tradable commodity these days, but much to the shame of WEOG, because we're the ones who have contested elections. The others are much more disciplined than us. How do you say, right, Tonga, you should really vote for us? So my answer to your response is, come up with a good brand, come up with a good plan, think about what you want to be, and think about how you pitch that. And one final question: and hopefully Steve won't mind this. What's the power of a non-permanent member? 1994, there was a genocide in Rwanda. America had just suffered Black Hawk Down in Mogadishu, was not very interested in putting in peacekeepers. France, had conflicts. New Zealand was the president. And we said, we are putting this on the agenda. And we used embarrassment. And we embarrassed France and the United States to the point that there was an intervention made in Rwanda. And to this day, when New Zealand campaigned in 2014, wherever we went, the Rwandan ambassador would stand up and said, you can rely on these guys because they'll do the right thing. So I think that's the power of what a non-permanent member of the Security Council can do. You never know what's going to come up. It's sure to be some sort of crisis you can't anticipate. But I think for a diplomat, it's the most exciting time. And why wouldn't you? Latvia's voice is as relevant as anyone else's. You're a member state. The UN is just the member states. Good ideas are not the preserve of big countries. So I would argue that you have like Elizabeth, you have an obligation, but you have a right. Your voice should be heard, and you should influence this institution. So, thank Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, I heard that although you don't have, the veto power, you can lead by example. Okay. It is also a powerful message and an asset in the Council. New Zealand participated in a highly contested election, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, very highly contested.
Very highly. We will also participate in contested elections.
I think it's a good thing. Competition's good, right? I mean,
yes. Yeah.
I just take 1 second to actually amplify something that Simon said, and that is, although the United States may have made a mistake in the question of Rwanda, at the same time, one of the resolutions that I worked on the Security Council was the resolution giving Nelson Mandela his mandate on the question of Burundi, all right, as an appointed representative of the Secretary General. So in that case, while we made a mistake, I'll admit, on Rwanda, we learned from those mistakes, and the fact that our approach toward the situation in Burundi was totally different than our overlooking, unfortunately, the situation in Rwanda. I do also think that the United States has learned in other areas, the question of Syria. All right, I think that we also have to focus on the fact that Security Council resolutions are sometimes much more complex than we realize. And so, for example, the resolution that was adopted again in 1999 on the question of Afghanistan and implementing sanctions against the Taliban for harboring international terrorists, the negotiations of that resolution weren't cut and dry. For example, to impose sanctions on the Taliban for harboring bin Laden, we also had to take into account ICAO rules or regulations, and the fact that some countries objected to the fact that the sanctions against Afghanistan at that time would require them to fly their planes at a much higher altitude and further away from Afghanistan to prevent those countries from paying into the ICAO accounts that supported the Taliban. Extremely complex situation, all right, and it took a lot of pushing and pulling on the side of the United States to get international consensus on our resolution. So I'm not necessarily here to defend the United States, though I did spend a good portion of my career doing so. But I do think it's important when we talk about the Security Council and the role of larger countries, that larger countries and members of the P5 have a responsibility to not to succumb to oversights, just as the question of Rwanda, but actually to proceed in a manner that addresses these key issues, particularly as they affect small states.
Yes, thank you for your intervention. And now I would like to give the floor to Sanita. And the reason why she is here, of course, is obvious. First of all, we are running for the seat in the Security Council. And secondly, yes, she is the person who is responsible for the campaign in Latvia. And Simon actually outlined very clearly that in order to win the seat and votes in the General Assembly, before that, first you have to define who you are, and then what are you going to do? So my question to you regards, well, our campaign. Maybe we have already, some ideas about our priorities, how we will show the world who we are and what we want in the Security Council. Well, this is $1 million question now to you.
Thank you. It's indeed $1 million question. Before I answer that, I wish to thank all my fellow speakers having traveled a long way to share the insights and experiences, because the stage we're in, we're learning from the best, and we appreciate very much all your advice and insights, and also help that we have received from your countries. And we'll continue receiving so that we can do it the best way possible. preparing and then I'm certain sitting and working on the council. To answer what we are going to do and what the story will be, I think we have to step back a little bit and ask ourselves the question, why do we run? It was touched upon by the previous speakers, but I think it is rather simple. I'll simply repeat a bit of it, but we're a country that has never had a seat on the Security Council. That's a good enough reason. Second, small countries do rely on the multilateralism and rules-based international order, like no one else. And we, with our history, have been consumers of security, global security. And it's time for us to show that we are mature and that we are also contributing to our own, but also global security and peace. So this is an issue of maturity and so on. And then I would say there are two sides of that question. One is opportunities. And there definitely are opportunities, as it was said before me, of being more visible, of having an influence, of sitting at the table where the big things are decided, with the big countries and other small countries. It is an important time. It's gaining influence globally, which smaller countries don't have naturally, obviously, access to all the time. It is also an opportunity for our voice to be heard, to raise issues that we believe in, values that we believe in, and things we want to try to solve with the help of other member states. And then there is the obligation part. As I said, we have been consumers of security. So it's time for us to show that we can contribute and that we have to contribute. And then now we come to the timing question and the story question. Is when we declared our candidature in 2011, the world was slightly different than it is now. So it is a good question asking whether what is happening today, what we see on the Security Council with the decisions being blocked, with the permanent member of the Security Council aggressing another country, trying to change borders by force. Is it still worth it? It's a very legitimate question, but I'll turn it around and answer this in the other way around, is that if we do rely on the international rules-based order, who else, if not us, will defend it? How do you do that if you're not engaging, if you're not going? So we have to go. And I would even say that we have to go more than we did when we declared the candidature. And it is also an issue of consistency in the sense that we have been very vocal about accountability, about bringing to justice the authors of war crimes. We have been very active in condemning the crime of aggression, of trying to change the borders by force. So it is very, very obvious for us to continue to do that and try to use every opportunity that we have. So priorities, of course, I mean, priorities stem very naturally from what you do and who you are. It's not something that, I mean, my neighbors here will not let me tell untruth about these processes and things, is that you do not invent what you will do because you are a candidate. You go because you are who you are. So you basically build on what your profile has been and what kind of issues you have been dealing with and what kind of expertise you have built over the years. So for us, it's rather natural. One group of issues is related precisely to the international law and democracy and values. And as I said, the discussion we had initially was more theoretical than it is now. Now it has become very, very real. So accountability, rule of law, democracy, international law are the issues, multilateralism, defending multilateralism are the issues we care for, and we will be doing that. Another natural profile we have is the women, peace and security agenda. Like you might see, I don't know, David, did you notice, it was mostly female audience you had at the ministry these days. It is natural for us to have gender equality as an issue, having empowerment of women as an issue, and building on that. We have been consistent also in what we have been doing so far in the UN on these topics. Then there is a group of issues that are related to different threats that stem from the changing world. We have been very vocal about the issues related to disinformation, to threats that are related to developments in the digital sphere. That goes from disinformation, media literacy to cybersecurity. These issues are not a threat in itself, but they enhance the existing threats. The same goes for climate, for instance. So these are the ranges of topics we're thinking about and we're working at. How do we do that? By engaging with the other government agencies and ministries, with NGOs, with the private sector, so that the things we will be bringing forward are credible and that the whole society adheres to. Because again, another thing that we have learned, and that is rather obvious, but it has been confirmed by people who we have been talking to, is that you can only win if you want it, and if it is not a foreign ministry project, but this is the whole government and whole country project. So to finish, I'll just say that I'm confident that in a few years' time we'll be here sitting and saying it was definitely worth it.
I hope so too. One really small additional question: when the campaign starts?
The official campaign usually starts 2 years before the vote. So that means for us somewhere around middle next year. But we have started sort of test phase campaign, but we're basically preparing for that.
Thank you.
And
now,
I'm going to do a quick editorial for New Zealand. I can say that about the women in the audience. Let me mansplain the fact that New Zealand claims to be the oldest true democracy in the world, because we were the first country to give women the vote, and you cannot be a true democracy when 50% of the franchise is not included.
What was that?
It was 1896 or something.
All right, we can't compete with that because we gave it straight away when we gave vote to the
I'll have a knife fight
Latvian male citizens. So yeah.
All right, I think it's high time to open up the floor for questions, answers, comments, and please use the microphone next to the stage, sir. The microphone is here. Yes, and yeah, and please, well, tell what's your name and the institution you represent.
I'm Roman Kowalczuk, senior analyst at the East European Strategic Forum. I have two questions. First, to Mr. Draper. As New Zealand is a Pacific country, I would say, and the question about the future of the Republic of China in the UN, bearing in mind its limited international recognition, Taiwan, I mean. And the second question, it's up to a moderator whom to ask, whom to respond, I mean. Second question, it's area format used by Estonia, mentioned actually here, to give the floor at the UN to the elected democratic opposition of Belarus. Could, in your opinion, this area format be used in other cases like Syria, when the opposition controls northern part of the country and the government sitting in Damascus is not only transparently elected, but committing the mass crimes? murdering its citizens, and the same goes to Venezuela, and could it broaden a democratic coalition as the interests of the countries like Turkey concerned? Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we will start with Simon.
Sure. And I'm going to ask Steve, because he was served in Suva, so he knows more about the Pacific than I do. But first of all, New Zealand's not, and we say we're a Pacific country, we're not really. We're a Polynesian country. So, you know, look at the map. There's Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia. 94% of Pacific Islanders are Melanesian. So we, you know, I think we know the eastern part of the Pacific better than we do. The issue of China is one that's really dominated. China's New Zealand's largest trading partner. It's been an uncomplicated relationship, but we're also part of Five Eyes, so it's become much more complicated. I've been asked to comment on this a number of times. And as Steve said, I'm talking for myself at Asia New Zealand. This is not the government, but I'm surprised that people are surprised that China's in the Pacific. The 2006 riots in Tonga were in Chinatown. China's been in the Pacific for a long time. The question now, however, is what is legitimate influence due to the fact that the world's second largest economy versus what is not legitimate interference. And so things like the Solomon Islands Security Pact, you know, what's happening, their address to the PIF and stuff. So I think the big learning New Zealand has about the Pacific is not to speak for the Pacific. They're very capable of speaking for themselves. They know, you know, they're not stupid. They know, they have a sense of agency. And I think that what they don't want is clear. They don't want to be a pawn in a geopolitical struggle. They don't want that. You know, they want it, the Pacific means big and blue, right? And Pacific. So I think what the Pacific want are, having said not to speak on their behalf, but my guess is that they're about, don't forget they have agency, don't forget they can make their own decisions. China and the Pacific is not new. Geostrategic competition is new, renewed, but you know, trust them in a way to make own good decisions. But Steve, you'll have a view.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me begin by saying the United States is a Pacific nation. We've been a Pacific nation since the inception of the country, and we continue to have territories in the Pacific, Guam, the Mariana Islands, American Samoa, relationship with the freely associated states. So we are a Pacific nation. To the question of the Republic of China, and for the sake of transparency, I should note that my very first assignment in the Foreign Service was to Taipei in 1979, at a time in which we de-recognized the government in Taipei and recognized the government in Beijing as the government of all China. However, and it's very big however, that does not mean that Taiwan does not have agency. The fact that UN Security Council Resolution 2758 recognized from a diplomatic standpoint the government of the People's Republic of China, it doesn't mean that Taiwan shouldn't have legitimate interests as an entity and should be able to work with agencies of the United Nations. So I think there's a distinction that has to be made. Secondly, when it comes to the Pacific writ large, I agree with Simon. China has actually been in the Pacific for quite some time. The issue with the competition with China in the Pacific is to ensure that competition does not become conflict, all right? But that as we look at ways to at least mute China's ongoing and very, very aggressive attempts to influence the situation in the Pacific, we also at some stage are going to have to figure out ways to partner with China in the Pacific. So those are separate questions, but I do want to emphasize the fact that in dealing with the unresolved status of the Republic of China, that the Republic of China probably should have the ability to work within the UN system and its appropriate agencies.
Remember, Taiwan was on the Security Council.
That's right.
Thank you very much. And since I was authorized to choose the person who will answer the second question, I'd like to address it to Elizabeth, since Ireland is currently sitting in the Council. Well, in regard to possible use of ARIA formula, in regard to the opposition in Venezuela or Syria, how to make their voices heard.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm the lucky one who's got this question. Well, yeah, so for those in the audience who don't know the ARIA formula meeting, thank you for the question, it's a kind of informal meeting of Security Council members. It was set up by some permanent representative from one of the Latin American countries quite a long time ago, in order to allow for more kind of informal discussions. And one of the advantages of it is that you can have members, countries that are not on the Security Council, and also non-state actors, so opposition groups, for example, or civil society organisations and so on. There's always a lot of discussion about the merits or otherwise of ARIA formula meetings. Some people, I think possibly particularly the permanent 5 members, might feel that they're used too much. So sometimes there can be a kind of plethora of ARIA formula meetings. And then others find that they're very, very useful. So they certainly can be useful if you want to hear the voices of non-state actors or opposition groups or those kind of people that you wouldn't normally get to hear if you're on the Security Council agenda. There's been a kind of an unfortunate trend in ARIA formula meetings recently because every time there's a Security Council discussion on Ukraine, and we have had I think about 35 Security Council meetings on Ukraine since the Russian invasion first started in February of last year. Russia then tends to push back looking for either an AOB item on the Security Council agenda or an ARIA formula meeting. So there is that element of kind of allowing the narrative to be pushed further, that kind of tit for tat. But we've certainly found them very, very useful, and we've organised quite a few ARIA formula meetings during our term on the Council. We found it very useful, in particular, if there's an issue or an item or a kind of a theme that we want to promote a bit or to allow for a wider discussion to get a wider range of speakers to speak on, that it's a really useful kind of format. So, for example, we organised one in June, I think it was, around the protection of journalists, and that was after a number of journalists had been killed in the Middle East, also in Ukraine, obviously, where unfortunately a lot of journalists have died, and also in Myanmar, which is, it's another item on the Security Council that is, I wouldn't say ignored, but it's not given the seriousness that it deserves. So because we organised this ARIA formula meeting, we were able to get a number of journalists to speak at it from Al Jazeera, from some other organisations, and there was a very good highlighting of that kind of particular issue, I think. And we also organised another one in the summer on the kind of the broader issue of accountability, which we tied in with the 20th anniversary of the entry into force of the Rome Statute, which establishes the International Criminal Court. So because we're strong believers in the International Criminal Court, and because accountability is one of our big issues, as it is for Latvia as well, that was an opportunity to encourage member states to sign up to the ICC and to highlight the broader issues to do with accountability as well. So yes, they can be very useful. They can be very useful meetings, and if they're used properly, I think that they can provide very good fora for discussions of issues that you mightn't necessarily have the chance to talk about at the Council.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. But we must also remember that this is the format which can be used by all states. And also now during the war, Russia has also used the ARIA formula, but in order to push through its war narratives, war propaganda. Therefore, let's remember also, well, the other sides. Well, everybody can use ARIA formula. That's also true. Yeah. Are there any? Yes, there's another question. So please come here at the microphone.
Hi, my name is Raids Aglidis. I'm with the World Federation of Free Latvians, and my question goes to Ambassador McGaughan. And I'm not an expert in the United Nations things, but the frustration with impotence of United Nations Security Council to do anything about the Russian war in Ukraine is growing. And I read that even the Pope last week or a few days ago said something about reforming United Nations. But the counter-argument to that I read is also that, we let Germany leave the League of Nations, and then Nazi Germany became a loose cannon and did what they did during the Second World War. So my question to you is, if you would have a deciding vote, not as an American, not as an ambassador, but as a person of experience, would you let, first of all, are there any legitimate ways of kicking Russia out of the United Nations? And if you had that deciding vote, would you let them go, or would you rather make them stay and listen to what the world thinks about them? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
It's a very good question. I think I'm going to respond to it in a way of being what I call a strict constructionist in this. The Soviet Union was a founding member, a charter member of the United Nations. As a result, it became a member of the P5. Right? There is no way to expel Russia from the United Nations within the existing charter of the United Nations. It just can't happen, because in order for that to happen, it would actually require Russia to abstain from voting against its own expulsion. If the resolution made its way through the General Assembly to the Security Council, Russia would veto the resolution. So the fact that the Security Council seems impotent in this manner is really the result of the nature of the Charter of the United Nations. So you can't change that. So let's be very realistic about it. I do think that it is important for us to understand that the impotence of the Security Council has been based on the seemingly interests of members of the P5, all right, in various ways. Although I'd like to point out that the United States has only used or exercised its veto in the Security Council 88 times, and the majority of those have been against imbalanced resolutions pertaining to Israel. So the United States has actually sparingly used its veto within the Security Council, but it has been also required to build coalitions outside of and consistent with the UN in order to achieve its goals. The United States, for example, was successful in adopting a general resolution on the question of Iraq. The United States was successful in adopting a generalized resolution on the question of Afghanistan, but actually the implementation of those issues was based on building coalitions outside of the UN framework. I also like to point out that in many instances that the existing international conventions, their implementation do not require a vote in the Security Council. For example, the Convention against Chemical and Biological Weapons, countries can respond against other countries who use those type of weapons without actually going back to the Security Council, because those are treaties in force. The same applies for the Convention on Genocide. So I think what we have to do is look at all the mechanisms that are at hand, not just to take the easy one or what appears to be the low-hanging fruit, but to delve a little bit deeper to understand why certain things occur or don't occur in a rules-based order. All right, and specifically, if we look at Russian aggression in Ukraine, while it's clearly a violation of Chapter 7, a threat to international security, at the same time, a UN resolution calling for action against Russia because of Ukraine is highly unlikely. And I'd like to point out that the last time the Russians made a mistake in the Security Council was they abstained on the vote vis-a-vis the question of Korea. And the Russians have never abstained again or have never been absent from a Security Council meeting that affected their interests.
They didn't turn up. So the seat was empty.
Exactly.
So the resolution against, and that was the peacekeeping force.
So I think that's sort of a real rules-based order answer to your question, but it is what it is, so to speak. That I think that we can't sort of have a sort of Don Quixote kind of approach, tilting at windmills to try to resolve Ukraine in the context of the United Nations, when in fact you can't change the United Nations Charter.
Thank you very much. Actually, there was one more hidden gem in the question, namely the Security Council's reform. And using the powers of moderator, I would like to ask this question to Kristi. What do you think? Well, we are also here in Latvia, in our foreign policy, we have this priority of reforming the United Nations Security Council just because it doesn't work. But is it even possible? What do you think? Such a question.
Well, it's easy to agree that there would be plenty of reasons to push for Security Council reform. But as we all know, this has been a very long debate, and the likelihood of actually achieving a meaningful reform is negligible. So I don't think this is something that I would advise to any elected member of the Security Council to kind of focus too much of your energy on, simply because there are other issues where I think you can make a more meaningful contribution and that serve your interests better and that allow you to do this work with the core idea to try to strengthen the international law and defend the rules-based international system, which is not doing particularly well as we speak today. And there are these different working methods that have also been mentioned here, like the ARIA formula meetings. Just to come back to a previous question, indeed, Estonia was also actively using this format and found it quite useful, not only to bring the Belarusian opposition leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya to the Security Council, but also on other topics.
So we have problems with connection.
Could I just add, actually, just
while
we're waiting?
Yes, maybe you have a more, optimistic view.
Well, maybe she's back. Maybe Kristi's back.
Not.
Yes. Well, sorry, it seems you lost me for a moment. But yes, just shortly on a couple of other methods that can be used in addition to the ARIA formula meetings. There is also increased use of the pen holder function, increased increased use of elected members to taking on this function. So, for example, Estonia, together with Norway, was a pen holder on the Afghanistan file, and that really turned out to be a very dramatic one last year. So it was an opportunity then for Estonia and Norway to actually take the lead in what is happening to my
oh, that's much better now.
Working on this very, very difficult issue. So this is something that I can encourage all elected members to make use of. And then, of course, coalition building. It's always a crucial issue in diplomacy, and not least in the Security Council and for elected members, knowing and being successful in how to do that, to build coalitions of like-minded countries, but also looking beyond maybe your most usual partners is hugely important.
Christy, thank you very much. And I saw that Elizabeth wants...
Just to add to that, yes, thank you very much. Just to add to that, and everything that Christy has said, I would echo very, very much, including about the penholder roles and also coalition building. Just to mention that we found from our own perspective the importance of engaging with the African countries on the Council is crucial. And, you know, that goes back to the campaign as well, when we developed, I mean, we have a historic long-standing relationship with the continent of Africa and countries in Africa, but deepened that even further, and that's kind of given us traction, I would say, with the African members on the Council. But that is something I think that's very important for incoming members, because a very high percentage of all of the issues on the Council are dealing with countries in Africa. But just the other thing that I just wanted to mention was in relation to reform. While it is true that reform of the structure of the Security Council is very, very difficult, there are little bits and pieces of tweaking that can be done. And there was a very successful initiative recently called the Liechtenstein Initiative, which was brought forward by the Liechtenstein colleagues, and we were part of the core group of countries that was involved in that. And that basically means that any time a country permanent member obviously wields the veto in the Council, they have to then go to the General Assembly to explain to the wider UN membership why they used the veto. So it's not preventing countries from using the veto, but it might make them, in some cases, a little bit slower to do so. And that's been used a few times now, including in relation to the votes on Ukraine, where Russia has had to go to the General Assembly afterwards and explain themselves. So it's a kind of small change, but I think the combination of little changes like that can have quite a significant impact.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the audience to our panelists? You have a question.
So it was a question, but excuse me yet for another intervention.
Yes.
But I do think when it comes to the question of United Nations Security Council reform, we have to focus more clearly on reform for what. We know that there's not going to be additional members of the Security Council granted the veto. That's clear. I think there's a hesitancy amongst many nations for the Security Council just to become a slightly smaller General Assembly. That doesn't work as well. Finally, just anecdotally, I'd like to point out that as much as we like to consider things changing, sometimes they remain the same. And the fact that 3 of the countries, and make sure, I think I have my timing right on this, that are being considered as permanent members of the Security Council, non-voting, Brazil, India, and South Africa, were also independent nations at the time of the creation of the United Nations. That we're not talking about adding nations to permanent seats in the Security Council that represent in the colonialism. So, for example, the decision or discussion about Nigeria getting a permanent seat would be actually a breakthrough, because Nigeria was not independent at the time of the creation of the United Nations. And along those lines, I will just anecdotally like to point out that the United States, early in the inception of the United Nations, actually did propose Brazil as a non-voting permanent member of the Security Council, but that was blocked by the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union.
I'll just add on to that too, because New Zealand opposed the veto in San Francisco when it was mooted, and it's good to remember your history. So why was the veto? The veto was the P5 said, well, we've just won the Second World War and we're going to have to contribute troops, so we want to have a veto on that. That was the argument. The irony, of course, is apart from China, no, there are very few blue helmets from the P5. I think But I think your question is a really good one, coming from the New Zealand perspective. You guys, by you guys, I mean Europe, you're already overrepresented. Why is France there? Why is Britain there? And so I would, if you say, well, we don't like what Russia's doing, so we want to open something to get Russia off. Well, sure as anything, there will be a whole lot of countries like the Indias and the Brazils saying, well, actually, if we can do that to Russia, about time those French and Brits, so that's why this sort of construct, you've got to think beyond what's happening in Latvia for you at the moment with this big neighbour. I know it's very hard, but this is when you're doing global politics, right? And so I think it's a complete waste of time to put you at the Security Council will reform essentially when it becomes ineffective, when people say, like a country like New Zealand, we have just put in autonomous sanctions against the Ukraine. So we avoided them forever because we always wanted to, and we got a lot of pressure from the European Union, a lot of pressure from the Americans, that we now have autonomous sanctions. That weakens the Security Council, because up until 3 months ago, the only way that New Zealand will put on sanctions is through the Security Council. So as its legitimacy erodes, I think it will cause the P5 to pause and think about, well, we don't want this trend to continue. What can we do to keep the members on board? But I think, little New Zealand raising a flag saying we were going to reform, waste of time and energy. Personally.
Thank you very much. I have a short question to Sanita. We heard during the discussion that, of course, one of the characteristics of small states running for the seat is scarce resources. And my question to you is, well, since we are planning to do this, do resources play a crucial role? And we also know that resources are different. What kind of resources, what do you think are the most important for small countries?
Well, that's again a very good question. And when you talk to other countries, well, everybody says that costs some money, that requires resources. The main resource, I would say, the crucial resource is human resources. What do you do when you can't have the numbers that you need? Well, then you try to invest in quality, right? And probably by saying this, I would simply say that commitment and belief are the defining characteristics of a successful campaign. I think I'll quote again Simon, but he said, you have to want it more than your competitor. And if this helps us as a country, as a foreign service to grow, then we have achieved half of the objectives. And so basically, we just have to want it. If you don't, you can use a lot of money. You can always spend a lot of money. You can always use plenty of people. But sometimes, when in my career, when I was asked, well, how do you do? Like we have one person, Latvia has one person, another country has a department. I said, we don't lose time coordinating. Mm-hmm. So you make a defect an effect, right?
Yes. Thank you very much for this answer. So, it's almost 2:00. Therefore, I want to ask the last question to all the panelists. The main question of this panel discussion was, is it worth of it? And so I think that the consensus is that it makes sense to become a member of the United Nations Security Council. Could you please, in 1-2 sentences, sum up which are the main arguments why it makes sense to put forward your candidature and to sit in the council and to try to use this term in the most effective way? So let's start then maybe with Kristi, and then we will take the answers from the panels who are here in Riga. Please, Kristi.
Thank you. Well, rather than repeating what I said previously, maybe I try to look more to the future and just make this point that great power tensions are very much back and dominating international politics. It has been increasing over several years, and this means it's more difficult times for small states to make themselves heard and to defend the international law. And so that's why it's in the interest of small states to use every opportunity, every possible avenue to do it. And the UN structure and the Security Council in particular remains one of these avenues where small states need to be active. They have a strong interest to do so. In particular, now that the international environment is tougher than it was during the post-Cold War era. Thanks.
Thank you, Christy. Simon?
Okay. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So you want to be at the table, right? Otherwise, things are going to happen to you. You have every right to have your voice heard at the UN. It's just made up of member states and you're a member state. Why wouldn't you want to be on? Why wouldn't you want to have Latvia's influence there? And then I think if you're a foreign service, it's just the most exciting time because one day in June, there's going to be up on the board, the international community is going to make a judgment that you can't run away from. That's a hard number. Do they want you to represent them on the Security Council? And I think it's a fantastic opportunity to hone your diplomacy to be the best, because what's the point of having all these posts and things if it's not to advance your interests by getting it on the Security Council?
Thank you. In a nutshell, Stephen, your answer.
I said at the beginning, it makes sense. It's worth it, particularly if you believe, as I do, in a strong rules-based order. I think it's also important that we are realistic about our expectations that can emerge from the UN. It's unrealistic to think that we're going to change the Charter of the United Nations. However, in 2024 and the build up to it, there's going to be a major summit on reform in the UN system. And I think it's particularly important for Latvia to be part of that conversation. And being elected to the Security Council, serving in the term beginning in 2024, puts you right at the center of those discussions. So for Latvia, it's very much worth it. And for small states in general, I think it's worth it.
Thank you.
And just add one thing. And if you've benefited from the system, it's about time you gave back to it as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
You know, you can't free ride off the multilateral system.
Thank you. Sanita.
Thank you. I can only confirm what was said by the previous speakers. And from our point of view, this is indeed the thing. Do we need a functioning United Nations? Do we need to try ways to preserve it? Because we depend on it. Other small countries depend on it. Then yes, we have to do it. And the other part will be, if we do not do that, who will do that from East European electoral group? So I think the answer is very clear. It is something we have to do.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And we have to succeed.
Oh, yes. Elizabeth?
Well, very briefly, I think it's all already been said, but absolutely I agree. I mean, I think the rules-based multilateral order that we all believe in so much is at risk at the moment. It's going through a particularly turbulent time. So it's really important that we step up and we put our money where our mouth is, I think. And the Security Council, you know, for better or for worse, it is the organ that's responsible for international peace and security. So it's really important, I think, that smaller states who traditionally have, you know, less historical baggage, less colonial history, more independent, more values-based, more principled maybe. And I think it's really, really important that those kind of perspectives are brought to the Security Council. And then, of course, there's also the other aspects that we discussed previously about kind of enriching the domestic system and the engagement with civil society and the structures and so on. So it's and also actually being able to affect, you know, a lot of outcomes in a very kind of obvious way on files that you have a particular role on or a particular responsibility for. So very much worth it. And I think since I'm the last speaker and since we're on the council and coming to the end of our term, I would just repeat what I said at the start, that our experience would really reinforce our view that it's absolutely very much worthwhile to be an elected member of the council, and I'm delighted that Latvia is going to be going for a seat very soon, and very happy to help you in whatever way possible we can.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all panelists for joining this historic high-level discussion on United Nations Security Council. Thank you, everybody, for joining this discussion. So, see you tomorrow in the Riga Conference. Thank you very much.
It's great to have everybody here. First of all, I wanted to quickly thank the Latvian Transatlantic Organization. I actually just arrived in Latvia 55 minutes ago, just arrived in the airport, and you guys were there to get me, and now I'm here on the stage. So a very professional setup. Thank you again for hosting this very important forum. And I'd also like to give some thanks to the Latvian Ministry of Defense, which is co-hosting this panel in tandem with the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, the last several months have been very difficult in the transatlantic community. There's many outcomes that have been happening since February 24th of this year. Obviously, we feel first for our Ukrainian friends, which continue to suffer on the front lines, defending their own country and defending the democratic principles here in Europe. But there are other negative externalities that we're finding here. And one of these key externalities that we're facing is an energy security crisis. We're seeing, for example, the weaponization of the supply of energy from Russia. Many states in this region dependent, obviously, on those supplies. And we've seen through decades of planning, and that has not been sufficient in order to manage these challenges. Of course, many countries in the region are focused on renewables, but in the short term and in the medium term, there's not enough supply to fill that void. So we have a fantastic panel here today. So these are the real experts. The nice thing is I'm going to take the weight off my shoulder and put it all on your shoulders. And I'll try not to be a difficult taskmaster, but a few sort of rules of the road before we start is that everyone, please do limit your comments. I intend for this to be a conversation. This will not be speeches. So very short comments. And the second thing is the audience feel that you're involved and engaged in this as well. So we're going to start with a few opening comments from our panelists and then dive right into an in-depth discussion on some of these serious energy security challenges that we face. And also importantly, coming from a Canadian institution, what is the role for Canada? We are an energy superpower, sometimes even if we don't want to believe it ourselves. And we have a role that we can play in helping out our key allies in the transatlantic space. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce you one by one, and you can start with some short instigating comments. So first of all, Ambassador Dion, you have such a long title. I think of all the ambassadors I know, you probably have the longest title, Ambassador to France and Monaco, and Prime Minister's Special Envoy to the European Union and Europe. Ambassador Dion, if I could ask you first, just for some short instigating comments, and then I'll move on to the rest of the colleagues on the panel.
Do I do that here? Or?
Oh, you can do it here. Is just a.
Thank you, Jonathan. I wrote good afternoon, everyone. I wrote a speech 4 pages long, but don't worry, it will take probably a couple of minutes to summarize the main points. The title is "Where is Canada? Among Leaders, Providing Energy and Fighting Climate Change." So first point I'm making in this paper, that you will have a copy of it if you ask for, it will be available. First point is that Canada is a big exporter of about any source of energy you may imagine. So energy and the critical minerals that will be needed for the transition to carbon neutral economy. So that's the first point. Second point, Canada increased its ability to export energy over the years. From 2005 to today, we increased it by 1/3, which is more than the growth of the world capacity for these years. So we continue to have projects that are in construction or planned for energy. Third point, we know that we need to do more. The world needs more, and since Putin's awful war against Ukraine, it's clear that the world is, especially Europe, is asking a lot for more. My job in the first 5 years as Special Envoy in Europe was to convince Europe that Canada is the partner they need to work with, and now I don't need to do that anymore. It's clear. This situation has been highlighted by the Prime Minister and all Canadian ministers. We need to do more. And the more pressing need in Europe, as you know, is natural gas, LNG. So about LNG, and it's also a need to fight climate change now, because we clearly see that when countries have shortage of gas, they go to coal. Many of them are doing so, not only in Europe, but around the world, including China. The cost of natural gas going up, coal becomes more used, and that's awful to fight climate because coal emits twice more emissions than natural gas. So about LNG, it was very difficult to have a business case in Canada at the time where to export on the East Coast to Europe, at the time where Europe has had access to cheap Russian gas. The very moment that Russian gas is not anymore in the equation, projects that in Canada were almost abandoned now have a new life to create the infrastructure to export LNG to Europe. The cost in Canada or East Coast is high because the country is very large and the resource in the west part of the country going to the east part of the country, and after you need to transit it to Europe. The Americans have more means than us, but before Putin's war, they had difficulties to have meaningful export on the European market. So we are looking very closely with provinces, with the private sector, with Aboriginal communities, how can we, in 3 to 5 years from now, export LNG to Europe? I would say there are 3 conditions that Europeans need to keep in mind. The first one, in order for us to be ready, not only to export LNG, by the way, but critical minerals and hydrogen. The first one is and the EU and Canada agree about that, it must be low emissions projects, respecting the standards, ESG standards of the EU and Canada. So this one, we all agree, but we need to keep that in mind. The second condition is to have long-term contracts. It's a lot of investments, so you need to have long-term contracts to do it. For LNG, it will be about 20 years. And this comes back to the first point. The EU countries are very serious when they say they will want to be carbon neutral for 2050, 2045 for Germany. And if you have a 20 years contract starting in 2027, and you need to have the infrastructure ready to work with hydrogen well before that, that means that anything you do with LNG in Canada should be switchable to hydrogen over time when the market and the technology is ready. So to have low emitting projects, long-term contracts, and the last one, we need a lot of investments from everywhere in the world, including Europe. That's big infrastructure, big investments. Canada need to have investors coming big time. And my last point, Jonathan, well, the good news is that Canada is the place to invest. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit, Canada is the best environment to do business in the G20 for the next 5 years. Canada has the lowest tax treatment in the G7 for new business investment, quite lower than the US, by the way. The most educated talent pool, according to the OECD. And the last point, but I have a long list in my speech, my written speech, a predictable long-term carbon price, meeting the requirements of the upcoming EU carbon border adjustment mechanism. If you invest in Canada, you will, we are negotiating that, but we are very optimistic you will not have problems with the CBAM. So in sum, Canada is here. Where is Canada? Here as an essential partner for Europe, part of the solution to global energy and climate challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Dion. So lots of takeaways there, and hopefully we'll get to some of them in the moderated discussion. A couple takeaways very quickly before we move on to Mr. Riley. Number one, we need to do more, and I don't think anyone on this panel would probably disagree with that. Number two, invest in Canada, please. I hope everyone on this panel agrees, and everyone in this room. And the third one, which I think maybe we will have some discussion on, is some of the challenges involved. I would agree with you, there are some challenges definitely involved with LNG, the complexities of bringing the infrastructure together, but I tend to think, and maybe this was because I was in the airplane and watching Field of Dreams, one of the old movies, you know, if you build it, he will come. So I agree that there are some significant challenges involved, but I'm sure some of our other panelists will discuss the viability of those. Alan, I'm going to turn to you next. Alan Riley, Senior Fellow with the Atlantic Council, Global Energy Center. Alan, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you. I'm going to kind of follow on from the Ambassador, because we have, and I'm going to look at it from a kind of European side. And I think what I would say, first of all, there is a degree of a problem with the kind of European realities, or the inability to accept the energy realities. So one of the key difficulties, obviously the Russians have cut off the gas substantially for Europe. We're taking in 2019 the last pre-pandemic, pre-war year. We had about 150 billion cubic meters of gas from the Russians imported into Europe. And most of that has gone now. There is just at the moment, obviously Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2 have been literally blown up. Yamal is off, the pipe which runs through Belarus and into Poland. And the Ukrainian transit is down to just 40 million cubic meters a day. One way of looking at that is that 20 million cubic meters a day is what Moldova needs every day in winter. So there's a very, very small amount of gas going through it. And the only other pipeline is the Turk Stream pipeline, which is supplying Serbia and Hungary. And that's running at more or less full capacity, but nothing else. So essentially, Russia has left the game. And we're going to have to look at what we're going to do, because obviously we're being squeezed, and it's likely this squeeze may well continue. Now, one of the difficulties with that reality is that for a lot of European countries, at first sight, it doesn't look too difficult, because you look at what Lithuania did. It bought a regas ship, so it's got the gasification technology on the ship. It's got 4 billion cubic meters of capacity. They stuck it in Klaipėda Harbour in Lithuania, and it cost $150 million or thereabouts. So the access to LNG is quite cheap. And Germany has bought, I think now, 5 regas ships, and they're not expensive. You can get huge capacity. But that misleads substantially, because what the ambassador is saying here is that, you know, the investment in the gas fields, the pipelines and the liquefaction trains are much, much, much more expensive. And you're talking billions and billions of dollars. And for that, you need a long-term supply contract. And the difficulty is, and when I talk to various LNG companies about this, is what they say to me is that we go in and talk to a lot of European, particularly West European companies and officials in the EU institutions, and they go, well, we can give you a contract for 7 years, but we've got our net zero obligations. And this doesn't appreciate the scale of what is required to deliver the LNG. And this is really quite important in not getting to grips with the reality. And also, it doesn't get to grips with the reality that the ability to deliver this in terms of the ultimate net zero obligation by 2050 is entirely workable, because, of course, when those energy companies are saying that, what they're missing is that the 154 energy companies in the European Union have contracts, long-term supply contracts with Gazprom, many of them running until 2050 anyhow, certainly 2045. So the point is that you can, or as those contracts will not be fulfilled, you now are able to, there is a huge space for US, Canadian, Qatari LNG to come in and replace them. And you can undertake 20-year contracts. So there is this inability to actually appreciate the reality of the situation that we're in. Now, where does that actually kind of take us in terms of this? It takes us to one other underlying point, which I think is very, very important. And I talk about it in terms of two horses. There is, and the problem is Europe, when dealing with its energy issues, doesn't appreciate it has to run two horses. We have the energy transition horse, and then we have the energy continuity horse, and we have to run both at the same time. And what has actually happened with the entire gas crisis is in Europe, okay, yes, Gazprom triggered it. It is almost wholly a Gazprom machinated approach to soften up Europe in time for war, and it's now being used to try and undermine Europe's willingness to continue supporting Ukraine. But a large part of our vulnerability has been created by not recognizing that in dealing with the energy transition, there is not one horse but two. You have to do the energy transition. That's all the things to do with rolling out renewables, developing battery power, developing nuclear, developing the R&D to take us forward, and at the same time ensure you keep the lights on in the short to medium term, and recognizing that the realistic pipelines don't wholly undermine investment in fossil fuels, so you can actually keep yourself going. And you have to keep those two horses running. And there is an argument for saying, and I get this, I've had Greenpeace people say to me, but you can't do this, you can't do this. And I said, look, you have to be able to do both at the same time. And there is actually a key transition point to understand in all of this. And it is this point, that as long as the EU and the US and the Western world, the world as a whole, recognizes that a key element in all of this is to switch to electrify as much of the economy as possible and digitalize as much of the economy as possible. What you do by that is, if a huge amount of your focus under the energy transition profile is to decarbonize the power sector over the next 50 years. If you have done the next 30 years, if you've done that, if you've substantially done that, then you're pretty much close to net carbon, to net zero. If 60 or 70% of your economy is running on electrical power, is using electrical power, because you've so much electrified and digitalized the economy. So you would somehow, to a degree, you short circuit and reduce the timelines for everything by focusing on electrification and digitalization, whilst running the two horses together to keep everything running whilst transforming the economy. And you get to 2050, by that point you've got enough electrification so that you can switch over and you get to net zero or close to it. And that, I think, is the way, is understanding the dynamics of what you're trying to do. And I think sometimes we lose the sense of that, and we have to understand there are two horses, not one, in this game, and we have to run both. I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Alan. I think that's a really great analogy and a very important contextual point for the rest of our panelists, this idea that there's not just one road. We have to be doing both things at the same time. So that's a very insightful point. I'm going to move away from the panel here in Latvia for a second and shift over to my colleague, Heather. Heather, where are you joining us from? Are you joining us from Washington? Sorry, I think you're on mute. COVID, the often said phrase in COVID-19 period.
I'm not on mute. Can you hear me?
You're not on mute now. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, super. Yeah, good morning. I'm joining you from DC today.
So, Heather, just quickly before you start, Heather Exner-Perot is a senior fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, expert on many things, but energy security is one of her prime areas of expertise. So, Heather, please, the virtual floor is yours.
Thanks. So building on the title of, where is Canada and what can Canada do? I'll go through a few of the kind of main energy exports. First is LNG, and people, it seems like maybe we're nowhere in global LNG markets, but we're still the fourth largest natural gas exporter in the world. It's just that every unit of gas that we export goes to the United States. We have no global export capability ourselves. It will take, even if we all agreed and we got long-term contracts, it would take 5, 7, 10 years to do LNG on the East Coast. There is natural gas in Eastern Canada. You don't have to pipe it over from Western Canada. There's beautiful natural gas in Quebec, Nova Scotia, offshore Newfoundland. but it is more plentiful and it is cheaper on the West Coast. So what we are doing is building huge LNG facilities on the West Coast aimed for Asia. And while that doesn't necessarily help Europe, it does decrease the price of LNG as a whole. So when we can start shipping, we have 2 trains coming online. There will be 4 eventually. There's certainly a market for 4. That will help offset some of the Asian demand that, you know, that Europe can start taking over. And in the meantime, a lot of Canadian gas is getting exported to the United States, which is then liquefying it and sending it to Europe. So there's more that we could do also to help the Americans. Again, you know, now they're the world's #1 LNG exporter. Part of that is Canadian natural gas, and we could do more there. Critical minerals, you know, this is a longer term. I like the analogy of 2 horses. I don't think people appreciate the extent to which we are living off mining investments that were made a decade ago between 2008 to 2012. That's when mining investments globally and in Canada peaked. And we were it was about half that investment, you know, at the kind of the lowest point during COVID. Now we're about 2/3 of 2012 peak. So we aren't even investing enough in mining. And this is not just a Canadian problem, it's a global problem to meet the needs of 2022, let alone, you know, the energy transition where we need 5 times more mining supply. So absolutely, we need trillions of dollars more into mining. But Canada has the great geological potential. For our size, we are not a mining giant. I think we're the 8th largest miner by production value. China is #1, Russia is #2. So there's a very tall order to both, you know, have the energy transition, get those critical minerals, and reduce dependence on those 2, not to mention Chinese processing. But if anyone has the geological potential, it's certainly Canada. I think probably, you know, we list 31 critical minerals, other countries list, you know, 20 or 40, depending on how you count. But certainly in over a dozen of them that are essential for the energy transition, Canada has very strong reserves. I'll talk a little bit about oil because, you know, there is that second horse. And it was the world's largest exporter of oil last year. And we obviously need to get off that too. And there's no time soon that we will not need oil. Ambassador Dion referred to the fact that, yes, we have increased production by about 1/3 since 2005. And that was the oil sands coming online. And it has tremendous potential. The world's 3rd largest reserves are wrapped up in those oil sands. And so if we had more export capacity, we could certainly export more and get more to world markets. We have never been exporting as much as we are now, partly because something called Line 3, a pipeline going down to the United States, came online. And once we get the TMX pipeline online, it'll be, you know, headed for Asia, but that will also help world markets. The one that we never talk about, and I'm not sure why, Jonathan knew I was going to bring this up, is nuclear, because Canada, specifically Saskatchewan, where I'm from, has the most beautiful uranium reserves in the world, highest grade, most valuable mines in the world. So could supply certainly uranium needs for everyone. But last week, there was an exciting deal. They bought the Westinghouse, which is the American nuclear giant. Why this matters for the Baltic states and for Eastern Europe is because now there's a real alternative from North America to Rosatom, to the enrichment of the fuel and also to building new nuclear reactors. So whereas Eastern Europe has been very captive to Russian reactors and fuel, Westinghouse is going to start producing nuclear fuel that can be used in those Russian reactors. And it's owned by a Canadian company. So some nice friendshoring and North American integration happening there. Again, not a lot of these are near-term solutions, except for that we can get more natural gas, United States, to get to you guys. But certainly, you know, as Ambassador Dion said, Canada has all the potential. I think there's much more willingness and social license politically for these kinds of things. And obviously the Ukraine-Russia war has changed some minds about that. I'll stop there, Jonathan.
Thanks so much, Heather. And I think reinforcing this message, invest in Canada, please. But very, you know, great points, and I think they dovetail very well with what our panelists have been saying so far, including Alan and the 2 horses. And very happy that you, and almost clairvoyant in a way, that you brought up nuclear, because that was one of the things that I want to and still will discuss afterwards with the rest of the panel, because I think you bring up a good point, is the different mix of ingredients that we need to be looking at. And on renewables too, I like your point that the critical minerals, and it's fine to have a renewable push, push. I think we're all in that game together. But China is, dominating this market. So that's something we have to come to grips with too when we pursue that road. Thank you very much, Heather. Andris, I'm going to turn to you. So Andris Piebalgs, you've had a distinguished career, advisor to the President of Latvia, and several senior positions on energy issues. We would love to have your perspective, Andris. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, there are like two topics that I would like to address. The easy one, basically repeating hazard messages, and second, the more difficult one, how to look on energy security today. On the easy side, Canada is coming big for Europe because, just to give perspective, Europe now consumes per year 400 BCM of gas. Canada's expected liquefaction facility by 2026 could be 54 BCM, 2030 74 BCM. And in most of the cases, final investment decisions being done, and it's pretty sure that it will go in this direction. As a deficit of this is, it is East Coast, so most probably it goes to Asia. But with new joint purchasing schemes Europe is building up, and it will be not voluntary, but also partially mandatory. So who knows, you could make swaps, etc. And these are new projects, so they are still long-term perspective. So I would say to exclude completely that there is no relation to supply to Europe, I think it will be too premature. So, but definitely there is demand, it will be in Asia, and it will alleviate the demand-supply balance. So I think that is a fantastic thing. The second for Europe is very important, is what recently also was discussed during Canadian and German governments of hydrogen exports. Because by 2030, Europe expects to get 10 million tons of hydrogen. It doesn't say exactly in which form, because there are technical problems, but if it is an ammonia, well, it's doable, quite easy. But the first cargo should come to 2025. So Germany has this H2 global facility where you could match. And additionally, there will be European legislation will mandate steel, fertilizer industry to have part of renewable hydrogen. Okay, you can produce on the spot, but there is a competition for renewable resources, so Canada could break the ice. Because there are also some other countries looking in this direction, like Mauritania, also Namibia, there are some. But seeing the difficulties of transport, that could make really the first off. There is a lot of skepticism about it as well. Bloomberg New Energy Finance believes that it's difficult to deliver directly hydrogen, but in ammonia form, it's easy. In a way, it's easy. So I think this part is rather easy and very clear. The more difficult part is how to look on energy security and social welfare today. Because Russia broke a couple of things that nobody would ever expect. First of all, it just destroys critical infrastructure. Cynically, Ukraine is a good example, but let's see, Norway protects not every platform in the North Sea. So Norway is looking on all the pipes, how much you can protect them. So it is a huge challenge how you now connect. Then the second issue is that Russia broke its contracts. Does it matter any contract with Gazprom that's been concluded today? I know people still talk about them like they're existing. They are not. Because you don't deliver the commodity. How you get out of it? Okay, it will perhaps at some stage legal advisors will find the way how to get out of this. But in reality, there is no Russian gas. And we can't expect any Russian gas because even if they would resume supply, you don't know when they will stop. Because the reason could be there is leaking pipes, there is a compressor, there is a leak of oil somewhere, somebody has not come to his office today, so you can't deliver gas, so it's hundreds of excuses. So you basically destroyed something that had been sacred. And from this point of view, I believe the logic of building security of supply completely changed. There is a good document that I would everybody look upon. It is German assumption, or German, there was a year ago, they made a study, not study, it is government's decision, basically, does Nord Stream 2 will influence security of supply for Germany or for Europe. And the conclusion was, no, it would not. But the logic that they followed has been rather simple. Well, there is another pipe. Will it decrease security of supply? Why should it? So they have not looked on any other geopolitical factors or risks that are stemming with this new pipe. They looked at it very technically, and I would even agree with what their conclusion made, because the criteria have been wrong. Criteria that you use to estimate. And I believe for Europe, now trying to go through the crisis this winter and next winter is a big issue how you build your security of supply. And that partially answers also this nuclear question. Because nuclear is so divisive in the EU, and there is also so many empty promises to build a nuclear power that it's not logical. Let's take Latvia, for example. To build a nuclear power plant, you need offices that certify projects, that really also certify technology. So there is a country that has such a skills, Finland, Sweden. So if we would like to have more nuclear power, then let's make common project with the countries that have this experience, that have this know-how. Because if you started to build from scratch, it will take 20, 30 years. So, and I think we need to overcome. I am not in nuclear, you are in nuclear. No, we all must be in nuclear, true, because we are anyhow in, but we should see where we could make the projects most safe, and also, that also matters for security of supply and also fighting carbon emissions. So that's, I think it was quite long, but the second topic is definitely challenging. The first one, well, we are great that Canada is here, and I'm looking forward to hear more and more for exciting projects from Canada.
Well, thanks so much, Andris. And I mean, that's a point really well taken on critical infrastructure and the safety of these projects. And it makes me think back to during the so-called sunshine days of the Inter-Koreas in the 90s, where there was the talk about pipelines going through Russia and North Korea and then down through South Korea, and everyone would be happy. The Japanese would get gas, the South Koreans would get gas, the Chinese would get gas. Clearly, I think they're looking probably at what's happening now in Europe and saying, very good that we didn't give Kim Jong-un a pipeline in North Korea. Great points. So last but certainly not least, my colleague, friend, partner in crime, Shuvaloy Majumdar, who is the director of the Foreign Policy and National Security Program at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Shuv, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. It's difficult to follow such a commanding act and performance by so many talented people. So let me try and take a quick step back in assessing the energy security framework that the world and Canada now finds ourselves. It seems to me in so many ways that Canada's almost there. And there are some fantasies that have come to an end in the tragedy of Russia's war in Ukraine that I think has alerted Canadians and public opinion in the West to brutal realities and the necessity for countries of common values to cooperate together. Now, the first fantasy that I think that has come to an end is a lot of the discussion around ESG. In corporate tables around the world, whether it's in Toronto, Berlin, London, ESG as a definition has yet to be very clearly articulated. Dr. Jack Mintz, who is a distinguished fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, proposes adding another S to the ESG equation, which is security, particularly in the context of geopolitical security, the concept of friendshoring, the idea that democratic countries work together with capitalist markets that respect the rule of law. The consideration of something like S would have an impact on the energy transition technologies, particularly when you think about Toronto being a capital market center for mining and minerals. The Toronto Stock Exchange is the biggest home for mining and minerals finance around the world. Earlier last year, we saw a great debate over the question of a Canadian company that owned an Argentinian mining asset on lithium. And this is a really interesting question because the Canadian cabinet, which Ambassador Dion had to sit with at one point, had to wrestle with the question of whether or not these types of decisions fall under a national security provision. In defense of this government, that clarity had not been made clear, had not been offered to the cabinet at that point. Because while this was a Canadian-listed company looking for capital, the mine itself was in Argentina. And so China came in with a purchase, took the company off the capital markets, and then announced 1 month later, how Argentina would become a Belt and Road partner for China, and how the lithium piece of that equation globally that China thinks about through their Belt and Road initiative was part of a strategic play in a Canadian capital market. So ESG in corporate tables around the world is something that needs to expand to understand the security of geopolitics and the risk that that poses to investors and investment. The second fantasy that I would argue that has come to an end is the necessity of traditional energy. There's been a lot of fantasies around the climate planning processes, whether a COP or other important conventions, around whether or not the technologies exist yet to provide baseload power for European dependency and growth, baseload power for the center of gravity of global growth, which is the Indo-Pacific region in the world, for the next 50 years. The reality of baseload power requirements for the next 50 years is that traditional energies will continue to thrive. It will continue to be a critical part of the global marketplace. And that means that Canada has a chance to get to market with traditional oil and gas in ways that are more clean, more ethically responsible, more socially considerate than any other supplier of traditional resources around the world. The fantasy that the other dimension of the fantasy that has come to an end on this is the role that the energy cartel, I'd like to say, OPEC has played in manipulating international price markets. We've now seen that a lot of the consensus at OPEC, at the OPEC table, of which Russia is a very aggressive member alongside Iran, is not hinged around long-term global prosperity. They have weaponized energy prices, traditional prices, in ways that have created huge geopolitical instabilities. And when layered on the Biden-Obama approach across the Middle East, which is where a traditional source of traditional energy has been for much of Western stability and Western growth, we've made enemies of our friends while we've tried to make friends of our enemies, and that math has not worked out that well. So the geopolitical realities around traditional energies is a fantasy that has now come to an end, in which not only do we need to think about how do we repartner with traditional allies in the Gulf region, who are allies in a contest against profound aggression, but also how do we partner with North America in ways that Heather and others have described Ambassador Dion as an incredible partner. Canada has the opportunity to feed into the U.S. market and increase global supply to Atlantic and Pacific theaters. Canada has these resources, but over the last 7 years, Canada has not stepped up the way that it could in terms of reorganizing its supply capacity to global markets. And what I would like to say is that in the last 8 months specifically, what we have seen in Germany with massive port and pipeline reorganization, Canada has benefited from geography. We have the best partner and neighbor in the world in the United States, 2 big oceans and an Arctic that is increasingly imperiled. I hope that Canadians can wake up to the urgency of now to get these traditional resources to market. The final element is the third fantasy of transition. Not that it's not an aspiration that we should be accomplishing. Energy transition has a lot of myths associated with technologies that actually work. I am so happy that Europe has conceded the reality on how gas and nuclear are green technologies. This is a single most important concession around the realities of net zero energy transition pressures that not only Europe needs to assess for its own energy reliance, but what would supply growth in regions of the world, particularly in the Indo-Pacific theater. As technologies in hydrogen, sequestration, geothermal, in areas where there's high-quality solar, begin to catch up with demand for baseload energy, Canada and America, particularly in Canada, have incredible technologies that can be scaled, but not just yet. I think the fantasy that has come to the fantasies that have come to an end in transition are assessing realistic technologies that can impact baseload power on one side, and on the other side, considering exactly how China holds the world in its hands by controlling 80–90% of the raw materials that energy transition requires in electrification. So while on one side Russia and the OPEC table have great control on traditional resources, on the other side, in the transition horse, China, through its controlling interest in critical minerals assets and processing, holds a controlling interest on our future. And so as we deal with the reality that these fantasies that are now burning come to ground, I think Canada, the democratic world, partners in Latvia and elsewhere need to work much more closely in accelerating the stable supply of traditional resources to Europe and to Asia, as well as the transition technologies that work and that work in the common interest of a rules-based order. Thank you. Sorry for taking so long.
Oh, thanks, you. That's great. You know, the trifecta of fantasies, all dark fantasies, but important to highlight them all. Yes, important to highlight them. And your point on ESSG, putting security at the forefront, I think follows nicely to Alan's comments, Andrews's comments, the ambassador as well. And I think the simple point, which I think we've all been hitting around, but we haven't necessarily said, is energy security is national security. The idea that this is on a different playing field and this is an economic thing, it is a first and foremost national security issue. I think our friends in Europe are finding this out right now in the hardest possible way. So on that, we're in the lightning round now because I do want to get to the audience as well. But I did want to touch, I'm going to bundle a couple of my thoughts into one sort of question. And you've touched on a lot of these points already. And I'm going to give you a very difficult and sort of, a mean task to only answer me in about 90 seconds each so we can get to the audience. But the first point is looking at, and I think Heather brought this up, Shuv brought it up, this was brought up on a couple different occasions, is nuclear. We talked about renewables. So, encompassing the mix, it's still with the mindset of this two roads that I think, Alan, you mentioned. How can we more sort of intelligently and in a nuanced way think about what the mix should be, including nuclear and including renewables, and also specifically on renewables, how do we work together as democracies with the challenge that we face right now, as I mentioned before, with China having such a large control of that part of the market? And then I'm going to dovetail into this question as well, is we're talking right now about the crisis of today. We should be thinking also of the crisis of tomorrow. And it strikes me, the Indo-Pacific was talked about a little bit, but what about, for example, a contingency over Taiwan, over the South China Sea, where we have severe energy security pressures in the Indo-Pacific at the same time that we have Putin's war in Ukraine or instability in the weaponization of energy in Europe. If you wanted to put a third one, then you'd have instability in the Gulf as well, but I don't want to make it too complicated for everyone. Ambassador, if I could start with you for this mammoth task of answering that in 90 seconds, and then I'll move along in the same road as before, and then audience, please do think about some questions as well, because we do hope to have about 10 minutes for some questions after this. Ambassador, please.
And the question is?
The question is looking at the mix of nuclear, renewables, where we should be on that, and also the two front challenge.
I will answer on the nuclear. I understood this part.
Pick and choose.
If you look the scenarios of the International Energy Agency and the United Nations, IPCC said the same, we'll need all of this. To be carbon neutral for 2050, it's a huge task. We are changing nothing less than the material basis of our civilization since the Industrial Revolution. When we started to tackle climate change in 1990, oil, gas, and coal were 87% of our source of primary energy, and today it's still over 80%. So to be carbon neutral for 2050, we'll need everything. Today, nuclear is 10% of the renewable, is 10% of the energy for electricity, and all renewables together, including nuclear, is 26%. So if we say we don't want nuclear anymore, It's almost impossible to be carbon neutral for 2050. Canada has a very, very safe and good technology to offer to the world, the can-do. We are increasing our ability to export uranium, and we do it in a very safe way. So Canada will be part of the solution. Whatever you choose, E, S, G, or S, the answer is Canada is there.
Okay, thanks, Ambassador. Alan, and if I get you to touch on, we talked a little bit beforehand about this idea of the two-front challenge. What's your thoughts on this? Are we prepared for this at all? How could we steel ourselves more for this, the ability of dealing with these challenges, both in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific at the same time?
I don't think we are prepared at all. Yeah, I think the energies... The one thing I would say is that actually, if you start thinking through a scenario where there was a real problem, that actually might help Europe in the sense that it would trigger all. After you said that, after we had this initial discussion beforehand, I was thinking to myself, well, actually, all the force majeure clauses will be triggered in all of the US LNG and Canadian LNG, which is going to China. So it actually might have the kind of bizarre result that it would actually reinforce European supply security whilst creating more of a problem in Asia. So I actually think, bizarrely, the actual technical consequence of a problem in the Taiwan Strait will be to reduce the energy security issue in Europe as a temporary phenomenon, assuming the West Coast LNG facilities weren't bombed by the Chinese. But basically, you would have a situation, because the force majeure, because there's military conflicts in the area, that they don't have to ship the LNG in those circumstances, and China is the world's largest importer of LNG, so simply China would go dark as an LNG importer at that point. So that I think would be the issue. And of course, nobody would insure any LNG tankers which are going anywhere near China in a conflict situation. So all the gas would then dump into European markets. So I actually think, although it looks bad to start with, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue. And I think this question of, it also then rolls into an interesting question was raised earlier about can Gazprom come back? One of the difficulties is that Gazprom has created a whole series of legal problems for itself. As I said, there's about 154 gas contract suppliers and long-term supply contract customers in Europe. Most of those suppliers have now got legal cases against Gazprom. The problem is, if it came back into Europe, it would basically then, they would all basically be suing Gazprom like anything. So there's actually a kind of real litigation deterrent issue to even try and get back into that place. It'd be very, very difficult in those circumstances. And so you've got all these different games being played. But can I make one more point about, just following on from the issue to do with the what we have to do in order to transform our entire structure. And I think what I think the great difficulty with all of this is that for people to understand that, as the ambassador said, our civilization is built upon fossil fuels. Every single day we use 100 million barrels of oil, 100 million barrels a day to run human civilization every day, 365 days a year. So the order of magnitude of what we have to do to change is enormous. And that is really why we have to look at using all of these. We cannot just we can't just rely on renewables to do the lifting. And there's one point which I'd like to finish with, which is important in this regard, is that a lot of the renewables issues are difficult because of the inability to store energy. And because you can't store energy at scale, now, hopefully, technically, we can at some point, but we can't now. And there's a really good analogy to this position we're in. And that is, if you go into the Science Museum in London, there's a little steam engine in there from 1814. In fact, as early as about 1804, you had little steam engines running around the place. But you couldn't create a railway industry because we didn't have the metals technology which would allow us to produce the rails on which the steam engines would run. So the steam engine revolution didn't occur in 1800, it occurred in 1830 and 1840. It took 20 to 30 years to deliver the technology. And in many ways, the same problem here is with renewables. It's limited because we don't have the capacity to store. And until we have the storage capacity, it doesn't have the ability to lift. And I hear what people say, oh, we just roll out more renewables. Without storage, it's limited in what it can do. And you have to look at a number of different technologies in order to get us where we need to be. So I'll stop there.
Okay, we're now in the blue lightning round. So
okay,
Heather,
sorry.
I'm going to ask you to comment, especially on the nuclear point, maybe in about 40 seconds, if you could do so.
Yeah, no problem. I would say that looking at, it's not just a matter of political will. I don't know that there's enough minerals in the world to move to fully renewable. I mean, there isn't. So just, thinking from the energy density perspective, nuclear is our best option. And we should, actually we are going full bore. There's 60 nuclear projects under construction right now. There's 400 more that have been proposed or planned. You're less reliant on a diversity of minerals that you need for the transmission lines and the batteries that you need for storage for wind and solar. So the least resource intense option going forward in the future is nuclear. And that's good because fossil fuels emit carbon dioxide, and that's bad for greenhouse gases. But doing quintupling our mining will have other environmental consequences. And we need to keep that in mind when we think of renewables as the environmentally friendly choice.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Heather. Andres, can I move to you and then Shuf, and then we'll get to the audience questions. So please do start thinking about it.
I think first of all, when you discuss energy policy, you would have needs, technology, costs, and public opinion. Going from this, I would say for Europe, very clear now, it is investments in renewable energy is absolute priority, and that should be done. Energy efficiency, joint purchasing to increase our power in the global markets, and use the infrastructures that we have. Nuclear, as I said, it needs to be reflected in which way you proceed. I would just give also an example. In France, from 50 reactors, half is vital. And we have had some upsets also from nuclear. There is no one technology that is brilliant, but you need to follow some logic. And for Europe at this stage, very clear, RES investments are absolute need. Keeping eyes open on critical materials and new challenges that comes out for energy security from pursuing this policy.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. Shuv, I wanted to ask you quickly on the two-front challenge. You mentioned in your comments energy security obviously being a key national security issue. Are we in any ways prepared? Alan had his view, absolutely not. Do you feel like we aren't prepared? And if so, how can we prepare for this?
We're looking at decoupling, so much of the Western world for the last 10 years has looked at decoupling off of traditional resources, almost ideologically, that the reversion into accepting traditional resources, including nuclear, as a net zero opportunity, is finally coming to the fore as an opportunity for the world. While at the same time we're looking at decoupling economic models with significant challenge in China that controls the global critical mineral supply and is a major base of consumers for these technologies moving forward. These twin decouplings, I think, are confounding Western planners on exactly how to contest a two-front war, or at least a two-front challenge. I would argue that in so many ways, much of the developing world looks at the war in Ukraine by Russia as a European war, which is a mistake because it is a completely linked series of issues. Meanwhile, much of the Indo-Pacific theater that will define growth for the next 50 years is dealing with the realities of a third-party convention that confirmed lifetime rule for President Xi Jinping, and his economic and political model that affords. In so many ways, I think today that China has replaced Russia as the West's principal rival. I think that when China or Beijing looks at Moscow, what they see is a gas station. They see some rocks in nickel and other critical minerals. They see a mercenary contracting force, and in some cases, food security in terms of some agricultural supply. And I think in Asia and Russia's Asia identity, which has impacts from North Korea to Japan to elsewhere, The reality of a consolidation, if not integration, but a consolidation of interest between Beijing and Moscow pose serious challenges. And as that reality begins to take hold, our systems and institutions to govern the norms of democracy, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law need to engage these new partners on even terms to define from the seas to space, technology and energy, the partnerships that will actually create the long-term stability. We hope that authoritarian adventures would be replaced with more sensible thinking. Okay. So we're not ready in a two-front war yet, but I think that we're heading in that direction, and we're starting to see, Jonathan, you've written a lot about minilateral arrangements. We're starting to see different agreements between different countries acknowledging these realities and getting to a system that actually is capable of dealing with authoritarians both in the Atlantic and in the Pacific.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Shuv. We're going to open the floor now, and we probably have time for one or two very brief questions. Does anyone have any question for the panel? Yes, and please quickly identify yourself. I think, yes, maybe that would be great. Thank you.
Roman Kovalchuk, Senior Analyst, East European Strategic Forum. I have a question to all the panelists or any one of them. Do you think ESG can hinder investments into the fossil fuel development globally, and in Canada in particular, oil and gas? So it's emphasized again that we need these resources for the next half decade. But ESG, the banks determined they have to cut a lot of financial support towards oil and gas companies. Do you think it should change globally, or at least in North America, the focus must shift towards helping these fossil fuel companies to develop the ground and get more resources that we need globally? Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think we'll, due to time, we'll stick with that one question. Shuv, I know you addressed that point in your initial comments. Did you have anything else to add to that, or did anyone else on the panel want to touch that one?
No, I do. I mean, ESG, up until Russia's war in Ukraine, has been used by banks and investment institutions in Europe to attack Canadian Albertan energy and reward Russian energy. The decisions that were made by European investment and energy infrastructure leadership had double standards. And that has now come to an end, necessarily so, because, as Heather and others have articulated so well, Canadian clean, green, traditional energy is such a better model for Europe than Russian dictator blood oil.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to go to Heather and then Ambassador. So Heather, please. Quickly, please.
Yeah, I'll add that, thinking of those two horses, it has affected both. So we need trillions of dollars more in investment in oil and gas to meet our demands, according to OPEC, Chevron, and others. You can assess that yourself. And we need trillions more dollars in mining investment to have the energy transition. And it's been hard for the capital markets to have that kind of investment in the extractive sector because it's an extractive sector. So that has been a huge problem. The energy security consequence of this is that state-owned corporations, mostly OPEC, are gaining more market share, whereas North American and Canadian oil companies, and the majors are getting less market share in oil and gas.
Okay, thank you very much, Heather. Ambassador.
Just to say that we need a world carbon price. I think we'll have a lot of difficulties to reconcile our goals for energy security and fighting climate change as long as carbon is free in so part of the world. So Canada will have very meaningful carbon price. The EU as well. I think it would be good that we try to negotiate that. I know it's a dream. But as long as we don't have a world carbon price, it will be difficult, very difficult.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else?
I mean, I think the point I was making earlier about the energy transition, the two horses, is key to this, is in the sense that you've got to keep both running, and you can't just stop on the fossil fuels. You've got to recognise that there's a framework there. The other point I think here is also to understand that essentially a huge amount of fossil fuels in Europe has simply been taken out of the game in the sense of all of the Russian long-term contracts, which essentially means that there is space without actually having any net increase of fossil fuels by replacing the Russian gas with Canadian and American and Qatari gas. So there is, when you realise that actually is not, in many ways, what I found when I've talked to a lot of European interlocutors is that they don't entirely get the position that we're in, that there isn't this necessary trade-off in terms of CO2 emissions. It's just, we're just not going to have CO2 emissions being produced by the Russians. If they're going to be CO2 emissions, they're going to be lower because Canada produces far less CO2 emissions when producing LNG anyhow, and it's going to fall within within the overall general production numbers that we would have had if we produced it in Russia. So that there isn't actually a net zero problem when you really think it through.
Okay, Andres, very last quick word, please.
Europe definitely will evolve in its own way. I think each region will evolve in different ways, that's what I'm saying. And definitely it's not just replacing Russian fossil fuels with another fossil fuels. You also change the qualities. There has been more investments in renewables in this particular time, but the more free, better contracts, more predictable contracts definitely will make completely different difference today compared what we have seen until now, because it was really blind trust that whatever will happen, the other party will follow the contracts, and now it's gone. Yeah. So from this, I do agree with the criticism for Europe from my colleague in the panel.
Mm. Well, thanks so much. And we're going to have a part two, obviously. Like everything, all good things must come to an end. A lot of great takeaways from this. Thank you to the panelists for a great round of comments. Just three quick takeaways from me. Number one, energy security is national security, I think, is a point that was driven home throughout the panel. Number two, these two roads, the idea of that we have to transition in one sense, but we also have the realities of today. And number three, most importantly, please invest in Canada. So this is the best one. So thank you so much to everyone. Thank you, Heather, for joining us from across the pond. And we'll look forward to seeing you next year, we hope. Or before. That's great. Great job.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, academics, diplomats, policymakers, experts, senior officers, and most importantly, change agents. Thank you to the Embassy of Canada and the LATO organization for organizing this event. It is my absolute privilege to be your moderator this afternoon for this important event that resonates with me greatly. Before starting with our panel, we have two special addresses. I will first invite to the podium Honorable Stéphane Dion, Canada's Prime Minister's Special Envoy to the European Union and Europe. Sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Anne. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And thank you to Ambassador Swark, he's here, our Ambassador of Canada in Latvia, and all the Canadian Embassy, and the Latvian Transatlantic Organization. And I'm very honored to be invited to introduce this panel. Speaking before 5 women who play a leading role in the defense of Ukraine, the Atlantic Alliance, Europe, and Canada, I would like to say at the outset that the theme of this panel is of crucial importance: the role of women in conflict resolution. The world simply cannot do without the full contribution of women, including for conflict resolution. In sociology, which is my training, we notice a threshold effect, a clear difference, when the presence of women in a sector of activity exceeds 30%, injecting more consensus building, listening, respect, and probity. And I have seen some recent studies showing that this rule is also something we see about conflict resolution. Resolution of a conflict is more likely to be effective if woman has been involved in it. It's clear in the studies. Gentlemen, don't feel on the defensive. It doesn't mean that women are better than men. It's that men cannot do without women. That's the point. Gender equality is a matter of justice for women and salvation for humanity. Achieving gender equality requires transforming unequal power relations and challenging social norms and gender stereotypes that limit opportunities for women and girls and restrict men and boys to specific roles. This societal change cannot be achieved by focusing on women and girls exclusively. Men too must make the necessary change. That is why, in line with our feminist foreign policy and our upcoming international assistance policy, Canada is committed to putting gender equality and the empowerment of women at the heart of our role in the world. That is why Canada works so hard for the achievement of SDG 5 for gender equality. As committed to by G7 leaders in Almau, Germany in June 2022, the G7 will further promote and implement the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We reiterate the need to strengthen the implementation of international architecture to prevent and respond to conflict-related sexual violence, and will support the empowerment of women and girls as critical agents for conflict prevention, crisis management, conflict resolution, relief and recovery, and long-term peace building. That is why, at home, the Government of Canada is so resolute to solving 2 major problems facing the Canadian Armed Forces. First, sexual harassment of female officers, an intolerable situation. And second, the lack of personnel, 10,000 empty spaces that need to be filled, a void that women must contribute to fill. That is why this panel is so important, because we need to overcome the significant obstacles faced by women and girls all around the world. And we need to recognize the crucial and active role that women must play more and more in society for everyone's benefit, including for the vital issue of conflict resolution. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. The second special address will be Irene Fellon, who is the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the Latvian Transatlantic Organization and the Ministers of Defense and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Latvia for convening this conference, and to the Embassy of Canada for co-hosting this pre-conference discussion. I wish I were in Riga today with you and had the opportunity to discuss with you in person women's role in conflict prevention and during crisis. This topic is highly relevant today in light of Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, especially speaking to the audience in the region that is bordering Russia. War in Ukraine, strategic competition, climate change, terrorism, emerging disruptive technologies, cyber and other hybrid threats, these are factors that make our lives unstable and unsecure. Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine has shaken the international security architecture. We have witnessed missiles and artillery attacks, strikes on civilians and civilian infrastructure, use of torture, forced deportation, and conflict-related sexual violence. As an example, the US Department of State estimates that Russian authorities have interrogated, detained, and forcibly deported between 900,000 and 1.6 million Ukrainian citizens, including 260,000 children from their homes to Russia, often to isolated regions in the Far East. These horrific and discriminate attacks impact all: women, men, boys and girls, civilians and soldiers. The whole society will need to heal after the war. And the world will never be the same again, and it is our task to help Ukrainian society in their struggle now and to prepare for the recovery in the future. Part of my responsibility is to raise awareness about women, peace and security, gendered violence, women's situation and suffering in conflicts. But women are not just victims. They are also agents of positive change and play a significant role in holding the society under pressure together. And I press for the full and meaningful participation of women in the context of armed conflict, preventing diplomacy and conflict resolution. So today, I will speak about inclusion, the new strategic concept, and my own vision. Over 2 decades ago, the UN Security Council unanimously adopted UNSCR 1325 on women, peace and security. For the first time, women's experience and roles in conflict were addressed as a matter of international peace and security. Among other principles, UN Security Council Resolution 1325 enshrined the importance of women's equal participation and full involvement in all efforts for the maintenance of promotion of peace and security, and the need to increase their role in decision-making with regard to conflict prevention and resolution. It also recognized the diverse roles women play in prevention and resolution of conflict, and in the restoration of the rule of law, governance, and democracy. Women are mediators of disputes, reinforcers of community resilience, managers of critical resources, and defenders of freedom, often at great personal risk. In 2007, NATO adopted its first policy on women, peace and security, anchored to Resolution 1325 and developed by allies and partners in the Euro-Atlantic Partnership Council. This commitment continues today. Applying a gender perspective is not only what we do, but it is more than anything else part of who we are. NATO's newly adopted strategic concept addresses security challenges as well as the need to have gender dimension and human security aspects reflected in all NATO's core tasks. Noting that gender equality is part of our values in the new strategic concept marks another significant milestone in NATO's efforts. But we cannot stop here. Building on past progress and taking into account the new and emerging challenges faced by the Alliance, I want to share my vision and priorities for my term as Special Representative to facilitate our discussion. This can be captured in three key concepts: direction, dialogue, and disruption. First, our direction includes where we are now and where we are heading. I had set out to ensure appropriate representation of WPS and human security in NATO's 2022 strategic concept, and that has been achieved. With the adoption at the NATO summit of the approach of human security, we have a clearer path forward to advance the much-needed policy work. And all these issues are of particular relevance in the context of the war in Ukraine. My second priority is our dialogue. It should remain intentional and inclusive, meaningfully engage with stakeholders across political and military spheres, while carefully considering timelines and procedures. Lastly, disruption. It focuses on our gender mainstreaming efforts, and our response to emerging threats is particularly important, from hybrid threats, new technologies, to the climate-gender nexus with security. Mainstreaming is not just an afterthought. If you really want to understand the full picture, you need a gender perspective too. This is equally true when defending your country. The operational environment will be one with civilians in it. Your operational effectiveness will partly hinge on how you protect civilians. To understand that environment, you need to see who is in it: women, men, boys and girls, their age, their movement, their needs. That aside, engaging youth and establishing a youth peace and security agenda is also a priority for me. It will complement our agendas and shed a new light on how we see security. Let me end with zooming out. Gender, instability, insecurity, competition for resources, and negative impact of climate change are increasingly interlinked. I normally don't like to quote in speeches, but the strategic concept puts it very clearly. Perceived instability results in violence against civilians, including conflict-related sexual violence, as well as attacks against cultural properties and environmental damage. It contributes to forced displacement, fueling human trafficking and irregular migration. These trends pose serious transnational and humanitarian challenges. They undermine human and state security and have a disproportionate impact on women, children, and minority groups. Since the adoption of UNSCR 1325, much has been achieved. The WPS agenda is here to stay. But, and clearly, there is a lot to address in the next decade. The challenges are not getting smaller nor easier. We must continue to press for the full participation of women as a force of change in the context of conflict prevention. And to conclude, I would like to come back to Ukraine. Ukrainian women's voice, efforts, and needs must have our attention and support. Some may be victims of this war, but they also need to be represented as a powerful change. When we support them, we build resilience. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a great discussion in this wonderful Baltic city of Riga.
Thank you, Mrs. Fellin, for those words. When thinking about women, peace, and security, it often feels like a buzzword that is conceptually understood by policymakers and governance enforcers, but hard to operationalize it at the tactical level by the boots on the ground. Sometimes it feels like we're caught up on metrics, which are important, but it usually turns into a perfunctory indicator of success, vice qualitative assessments of true inclusion and embracement of diversity at all levels. This requires transformational leadership, which is relational, vice mechanical compliance that we find mostly in security organizations. You heard Mrs. Fellin. This is not new news. Policies, legislations, everything has been passed over 20 years ago. I feel like, along with the women on this panel and myself, are living the fruits of the labor, and of the progression of these strategic level decisions, as I went from being told that I cannot be without a man during key leader engagements or that I could sit in the front seat of a car, to now standing in front of you as the Op Reassurance Enhanced Force Presence National Support Element Commanding Officer, as well as the only woman around the senior national representative table at the Adazi military base. As the only woman around that table amongst the 10 nations, I'm humbled on the long way we have come and proud to be part of the changes that we wish to see in the world. It gives me hope that although I'm the first around this particular table, I'm certainly not the last, as the equitable representation from NATO allies is taken seriously as Op Reassurance and other named missions evolves in the future. I, along with many others, are now living at the tactical level the impacts of the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda's work at the operational and strategic levels. Just in Canada, October 18th passed, which is our called Persons Day. It was only 93 years ago in legal legislation that within the term persons, women were included as to be persons. Yet at the same time, the current atmospherics in the world still show that women are usually excluded from peace negotiation or the decision-making tables, and there are prevailing stereotypes that depict females as victims. Conversations like the one we'll have today are not only important, but vital in order to personalize these concepts that state that women are good for peace, women are good for conflict resolution, and that women increase operational effectiveness. However, I ask you, could we not just break open the societal and cultural norms that we have all had to assimilate to a certain point through our different lived experiences, and just come to a point where women don't have to prove their value or worth through operational outputs and having to convince people of their value, and rather just at the table because it's the right thing to do? That it is intuitive to being equal, to be dignified, and we have our place on the social hierarchy. Imagine having to convince everyone how useful and good for business you are, instead of just being valued. For too many people and organizations, the concept of gender integration is considered a minority issue and an afterthought, rather than an issue that helps framing the right answer. Feminism is still a controversial, highly charged term, even in the era of Me Too and the mass commercialization of feminist ideas. Debates about equity, diversity, and inclusion spanning from gender to race remain inherently political. Norms about gender are embedded within institutions and culture, making them difficult to change. The most hardened target is perhaps the military, an institution that has evolved by glorifying stereotypical interpretations of masculinity. Today, we will discuss with an amazing and inspiring panel of women that live, breathe, and are role models in this space. First, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Melanie Lake, a senior combat engineering officer within the Canadian Armed Forces, currently seconded to the Global Affairs Canada as the Canadian Armed Forces Liaison Officer. Her recent experiences leading Task Force Unifier and truly being a force multiplier to any team she is involved in has put her voice at the forefront of many key issues. Next, we have Colonel Ludmila Kolcheska, who works for the Security Service of Ukraine, who has took part in the defense of Kiev and other operations as the head of the military security unit. Joining us from New York is Natalia Kalmakova, who is the executive director of the Ukrainian Veterans Foundation and former GenAd to the Ukrainian Land Force commander who led the defense in Kiev and the director of operations for Come Back Alive. Thank you, ladies, for being here today. All right, Mel, we'll start with you. Translating high-level commitments into tactical actions is the hard part. You have such extensive experience in this space. Can you speak on why the WPS agenda is important to you and how you have seen it operationalized?
Sure. So one of the, one of the points you made in your opening there is something that's only recently dawned on me. I feel like I've been serving now for 24 years, and I feel like I've spent a good deal of that time trying to explain and convince people why having me as part of the team is good for business and increases operational effectiveness and lets you get a better understanding on the ground and more diverse plans, better plans that incorporate more diverse opinions, role in intelligence collection, all of these things, trying to explain why it's really a good idea to have me here as part of the team and have people like me, like us, on board. But it was only just a couple weeks ago, Ambassador O'Neill, Canada's ambassador for women, peace and security, was speaking at a conference, and she started it off by saying, women being in the armed forces is simply a right. You have a right to be here. And so, I mean, that was a bit eye-opening for me in terms of, okay, because we spend so much time trying to justify and trying to explain, and a lot of the conversation around the WPS agenda is now focused on, the military looks at it through a lens of operational effectiveness, and that is great. It's really, really important, because you certainly, if you want people to get on board and embrace the message that you're trying to share, you want to talk to them in language they understand. So if you want commanders to support you in making this a more receptive environment of having women at all of the tables where it's important for armed forces, if operational effectiveness is the message that we use to get there, then that's fine. We will speak in that language. And it's actually flipping the narrative on its head, because for a long time, the arguments against women being in the military were all about operational effectiveness. You're not strong enough, you're not big enough, you're not aggressive enough. Well, now we're flipping that and showing, recent operations have certainly shown the value of having women on the ground who can engage with women, who can assist with planning, who can give a broader, better understanding. And I think Ukraine is giving us a firsthand example of how important it is and how powerful it is. And they're doing you are doing an amazing job of highlighting the role that women are playing in every facet of that fight. But it stands in such stark contrast to the way Russia has shown their military. I don't know if you remember, several months ago, there were ads coming out of Russia of these hyper-masculine soldiers getting up every morning, doing their push-ups. They all look the same. They're all super serious. And a particular American politician was mocking these, in contrast to some American ads where they showed how diverse their military is. And I think we're seeing that ideal completely exposed as hollow, because it's not just about women's rights. Embracing having different people and treating your people with respect, dignity, building trust, those are things that lead to success on the battlefield. If your people do not trust their leaders, and it's not just about women, it's about how Ukraine has embraced and empowered senior NCOs, how they treat their soldiers with respect, and seeing that in contrast to how Russia completely treats their soldiers terribly, you see that as an intangible force on the battlefield, where people want to fight, they know why they're fighting, they have the motivation, the belief, and I think it's incredibly powerful, and I'm inspired every day watching what you're doing.
Ma'am, did you want to add on to that?
I've heard almost everything I wanted to say. I'd like to say that now we can see that power, it's not about the size, it's not about the quantity, and it's always about our faith and about quality. That is why our army is now much more stronger than we can see those in Russia, because we are well trained, equipped, and we are very motivated. And no matter who are you, men or women, we are warriors, we are leaders, the same roles, we play the same roles, men and women. Also, of course, we have less quantity of women in our army forces, but I think it's only because of it is as it is. That is now. As for me, now we have good chance for women to be in army because equality in education, training, no discrimination, and some soft skills give us a chance to build our career. And also we have creativity, and voila, we are leaders. And so we, for example, women are very competitive in information management, in communication, in many spheres. And also we have women as leaders of combat groups. So we have different stuff for us. That is why we are stronger.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Natalia, did you want to add something from the Women, Peace, Security agenda since you were the former Gen Ed to the task force commander?
Yes, for sure. I would like to add. And the important thing about Ukraine is that the sad thing that the war changed everything. First, it changed in 2014. In 2014, lots of women came to the army and no one was able to stop them for defending their families, from defending their country. And this starts this cascade of changes, because then women started to advocate their rights in the security sector. Then they start to make NGOs advocating the rights. They start to work with the parliamentaries. And you know that in 2018, 63 combat positions were opened for women. And now I'm joking always that we don't have women only on submarines, because we don't have submarines. If we have them, we will have women there for sure. And also with explosive materials. So the second big change starts February this year. And we may oversee also lots of women coming again, new women coming again to the army. And we see a huge percentage of those in combat, female warriors. And I may say that at the moment we have the highest percentage of female combats all around the world, because we have around 15% of those in the army, military staff, not only civilians working for the army, but it is 15% of women. So since February this year, we have already dozens of women killed, fallen, those who left their families, defended the countries, and paid the highest price they can. And if before February this year, it was about 8 girls and women fallen, now we have dozens and even more than 100. And you know, that when you see such sacrifice from women, when you see the passion which they put to protect their country, this is changing. This is changing the mindset of men in the army, and not only there, but also the whole society. That is not. This is important the same, because you know that you may be adopted in the army, and then you retire. You are coming back to the society, and you feel stigma there. So this is another side of the issue. But for sure, the development in Ukraine is huge. And the things that we have overseen in 2013 and less than in 10 years in 2022 are more than different. And for sure, as I always say, we have in Ukraine, this our local story, that we have very strong story of women management here. Because even in the ancient periods, when Cossacks were fighting in Cossack siege, women were driving the whole life. So we are used to be responsible, we are used to be leading, and now we see this as a result in defense of the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. So I guess the common theme that we can learn from Ukraine is out of pure necessity, protecting your state borders, it's almost been forced upon your society to collect women into the armed forces and defend. Would you say that is...
I would say almost, if I could for 1 second, less forced on society, but women have forced their way into it. They didn't wait to be, in 2014, didn't wait to be invited or asked, how can you help? They just rose up and found ways. And, you know, I mean, it was incredible watching your whole society mobilize, both then, you know, seeing civilians who didn't have military training or equipment going to the front lines to defend out of necessity, but that included a lot of women, and it really, like Natalia said, changed the landscape there. I mean, even the pronouns, I believe, for defenders now, like the word is always said in masculine and feminine, recognizing the huge contributions that Ukrainian women have made. So I think it's less about it being forced on society and women just kicking down that door and finding every opportunity to contribute, because you don't need to be asked how to.
That's quite inspiring. Ma'am, can you speak on what are some practices that the women in Ukraine are doing in those conflict zones?
Yes, about practices. I'd like to say, first of all, not about practices. I'd like to say something about risks and challenges in conflict zones.
Yeah, what are the challenges and risks involved in that? Yeah.
Because the risk is the only one for everybody. It's our death and life. But challenges for women are a little bit different than those for men. I mean, from my experience, the most, and my colleagues, the most difficult was for us, the most challenging for us was to make our job and not to think about our children. It's impossible. That is why the challenge was to make our children in a safe place, and that was our experience. And the second challenge also was about responsibility. Every commander, every officer feels responsibility for his or her staff, but as for me, for women, it's very sensitive. As for me, my staff, they are my colleagues, and they are not only colleagues, they are my friends. I love them very much, so they helped me, and also I have such a feeling as I have many heads, many hands and many legs. That is because we did together as a team, not as only staff. That was our challenges, and because we were united, we were in the same place, we all felt dangerous, extreme dangerous. That is why we were much more effective than our enemies. That was my experience from participation in conflict zones. We are talking not about conflict, it's about war. War is much more worse. It's worse thing all over the world. I'd like to say that's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Natalia, can you add, from your perspective, being the Gen Ad for the task force commander, how you aided him or her during that endeavor?
Okay, the thing that we have done in the armed forces, in the all commands, was creating a Gen Ad network. So each unit had a gender advisors, a man and a woman. So both men and women were able to address their needs to these people in their unit. And then we made a lot of evaluation of infrastructure issues, relations issues, all the staff needed to get a full understanding about all the needs of men and women and in direction of gender equality. And the last but not the least, and I would like to show this as an example. Last year, it was a debate about women who were participating in the parade. And so, yes, and it was the senior leadership decision to change their previous, the order, and to put women on low heels that will be comfortable, not sexualizing. And this was a good case showing that Ukrainian senior leadership is accepting the ideas of gender equality. You need just to help them to not to forget about that during the war, because they have such a lot of tasks, such a lot of operations, planning, such a as a gender advisor, you just need to point to emphasize on those topics that are sensitive for women. And I think that we are on the right way. For sure, there are still challenges. There are still things that should be improved. For example, in perspectives of infrastructure, some units, some were able to make things better. Some of them made it even high level quality, but some of them didn't have, because this is usually a question of budgets. And the budgets are limited, and so you need to balance how to spend the money on the way with best outcomes. So things are moving. I think that the best how do they feel in this military society is are the words that were saying by our colleague, that you can't stop thinking about children. So you need to be sure that they are in safe place. I have stories when, an important thing as well in our legislation. We had achieved changes in 2020, and now military men may go to the birth leave. So the woman may stay, and her husband may stay with children. And this is brand new. And I have even such experience when there is a family both serving in active service, and now the husband is with the children and the wife is on the front line, on the first line. So we have already such cases, and this. And for sure, as Melanie told, women were not forced to go. They were willing to defend. So, and as I told, no one can stop Ukrainian woman when she decided to do something. And if she decided to protect the things that she loved, really, I would never, Russians should be very careful with that, because we have a lot of women in the army. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Natalia. I'm just going to switch. Mel, delegating authority to the military means that these norms are interpreted through the prism of military culture. It's alluded by some as norm distortion, whereby norms adopted by international organizations are repurposed by the agents tasked to carry out the groundwork. In this case, it's the military for us. So what have you seen, and how can the empowerment of women truly be supported and promoted at the tactical level?
Okay, I'll get there in a bit of a roundabout way. I do want to build off one thing that Natalia just said, talking about the boot story. So this was for the 30th anniversary of independence. There were, these images came out of young women from the military college practicing for parade in their high heel shoes. And it seemed to be, a really great example of a case where there isn't a woman at the table to say, It's probably a bad idea. Have you ever walked 5 kilometers on cobblestone in high heel shoes? You're going to break soldiers. But luckily, you know, there were people like Natalia in the roles as gender advisors who, although, because Ukraine has, you know, so many women serving in the military, but not as many at ranks like the colonel here, and, you know, only recently had the first general promoted to command, medical command a year ago. So it's so important that until you get representation at those highest ranks, to have those gender advisors in the room who can gently whisper that, you know, or not so gently, that is a terrible idea, or this is a perspective that you're missing on this. One thing I was really struck by recently, we had a visit in Canada of the Deputy Minister from of the Ministry of Interior, a former police officer herself, and the Deputy Patrol Chief from the National Patrol Police of Ukraine. And they talked about how committed they were to still driving the women, peace and security agenda forward, despite the fact that their country was at war, that this wasn't an excuse to slide backwards. If anything, this crisis was an opportunity to push forward. So I think for all of us, you know, who have the luxury right now of living in countries where we're safe and we aren't being bombed and worrying about, you know, the safety of our children as they sleep, if Ukraine can keep moving this agenda forward right now in the midst of what they're dealing with, like, why can't we? So I think we have a lot to learn there. I mean, the patrol police, they're sitting at 25% women in their force. We, in Canada, we've been stagnated at 16% for, God, as long as I can remember. So, I mean, there's real inspiration to draw from what you're doing there. In fact, the question I really wanted to ask him is, how did you get there? How did you get to that 25%? The last thing, just you talked about, you know, the differences in for women preparing to go away. Like, certainly I found the hardest thing I ever had to do was leave my daughter for 6 months when I was deploying to Ukraine. She wasn't even 2 years old at that point. And again, I knew she was going to be safe and I was going somewhere where my life wasn't on the line at the time. I can't imagine what that's like. I truly can't. But at the time, the task force commander before me was also a woman, and she was sending me messages that her teenage daughters were sending her. They were telling her how proud they were of her and everything she was doing. And she told me, you know, even though your daughter might not be old enough to tell you that, it's probably what she'll feel in the future. And she also told me about the impact when she would walk into a room and, you know, take the time to go speak to the young Ukrainian women there. And she kind of said that it was the first time, just by the very nature of being a woman in the job she was doing, she knew she was having an impact. So that helped me get out the door, even though, you know, it certainly wasn't easy leaving a young daughter behind.
So I guess in a
didn't get to your question.
in a roundabout way, you definitely answered that question, because in the absence of gen ads at task force levels or at command levels, some of the key things that we teased out right now is the familial responsibilities of women that they still hold, as well as clothing. Yeah. The boot story is a phenomenal story on how the gen ad at the table was the one to bring that issue up, whereas within the military, the two things that I think always is almost our best asset but worst asset is groupthink and mechanical compliance. So how do you disrupt that? You need to have diverse voices at the table, and you hit that on the head right there, Mel. So you answered that question before. So did you have any lessons that you wanted to share?
From Ukraine?
Yes.
Don't believe your enemies. That's all. No, really, of course, we have much more lessons from our war. First of all, as it was said twice or once today, when war was at our doors, no matter who you are a woman or man, white collar or country, woman, you will fight. And not always fight with sword in your words. Maybe it can be laptop, or maybe it can be some other stuff, but all our nation fight against the war, against the enemy. That is so we are talking about women in our army, but we must also talk about women in other places that helps our army. Volunteers, for example, many other jobs, medics, for example, many women and also men. So the lesson is after Ukrainian experience. It's, of course, don't believe this enemy, don't repeat mistakes of the history. Do you remember history of World War II? The history repeated, unfortunately, and maybe some other lessons I can't remember for now.
No, thank you so much, Mel. Did you want to share any pointed lessons from Op Unifier? Yeah.
I would say one of the things that stood out to me was very much what you spoke of there, and I saw it, a lot working with Natalia on the ground, who had been, she was director of operations at Come Back Alive before becoming the gender advisor. I was struck by the cooperation between civil society and the military in Ukraine, and that might have been born out of necessity. In 2014, when the war broke out, the military was in rough shape, and all of society stepped up to help, and that's exactly what we saw again in February of this year. You see the entire society mobilizing, and that includes so many women in volunteer capacities, political, fundraising, delivering weapons, driving all across the country, filling all of these different roles. But I would say the one place where you didn't see women's involvement was in starting the war, and that that highlights. You look at the contrast between Ukraine and Russia, and I think that really puts that light on the fact that gender inequality is a driver of instability. Along with, the lack of respect for human rights, the dignity of people, humanity at large. These are drivers of instability, and Ukraine has showed us that through the mobilization of your entire society, everybody doing what they can to support the defense and making it as difficult as possible on Russia, you're unbeatable. You simply, Russia is going against 40 million people, not 300,000. I think there's so much that we can learn.
So I just want to tease this out for the audience that might not be aware, but Mel, would you say then having civilian cooperation with military activities is a good thing?
Absolutely. I mean, it not only increases our capacity, but it certainly, without a doubt, increases our understanding. But like Ukraine's example, I mean, civil society was providing weapons and training and so equipment. Like it's
something kind of unheard of, maybe for the Canadian Armed Forces right now, but it's definitely something. Ma'am, did you want to add something? No? Okay.
But I think we are learning a bit of this and really trying to do a better job, like as we look at culture change within our own forces to make it a better environment for everyone. We are doing more of that consultation with civil society, but I think there's a lot more space for that. Even, we certainly aren't the only people of value on the battlefield, and Ukraine is a remarkable example of that.
No, that's an incredible lesson that I think is worth exploring, especially for the Canadian Armed Forces or any other militaries. Thank you for being that example. Just to bring it down to just the audience here is the change agents of the future. I'm just wondering, we'll start with you, Natalia, because you were the gender advisor, and I don't know if you guys see much of this in Ukraine, but how have you guys been able to combat the perceptions of tokenism, free handouts, or special treatment when it comes to trying to improve the gender balance and gendered considerations?
We have built such a model when the gender advisors to senior commanders were civilians. And here we come to the same thing that Mel talked about. So the influence of the civilian society on the military in Ukraine is huge. And it is very strange for other armies, because usually military staff is very close. They know everything how to do the right way, and so on. But here, from the very beginning of the war, when the army was at that moment in 2014 destroyed by Russian agents before that time, so they were preparing our country to be weak. So at that moment, to survive, the whole society was mobilized, and it was not mobilized because in force again. It was a will of free people. And from that moment, the influence of civil society and volunteers was huge in decision-making as well, in providing equipment as well, and even in procurement by the Ministry of Defense, and even in making policies by the Parliament in regards to the changes for security and defense sector. So we advisors to senior leadership in the army, we were civilians. So we didn't meet those restrictions when you cannot say something to when you are subordinated. Yes, and these help us to say true, to demand right decisions. And in the units, we then had someone from staff who has an additional position, additional responsibilities on being gender advisor. But we were in network. So once they face any problem, they may come to me and I will solve it on a higher level. So this is the way to get the people become used to change their habits. Okay, let's say that. And also, as we had a gender advisor to commander-in-chief, this influences the decisions in, again, the things that general staff is ordering to be procured from the Ministry of Defense. So this influences those things. And also the interesting, and one of the good work that was done, it was about the programs that were developed to overcome sexual harassment in the armed forces. And one of the great things we have done, we have made last year the conference about sexual harassment, and it was held by the army. You know, it is really, I think, the outstanding thing when the army invites experts, invites members, or those who are serving, invites those who were already overcome harassment, and start an open and friendly discussion about what we may do to improve, to not see these cases again. So these are the things that we are trying to work as a soft power with advices and having passion, because again, changing the mindset is not an easy thing, and it doesn't come like this, even if we have right legislation. You may have a brilliant, perfect legislation, and then nothing will happen on the ground. So this is the way how the gender advisors are working.
I think it's good.
Yeah? Okay. So this is the last question that I'll ask each of you. Feel free to take as much time as you want to answer this question. You're all trailblazers within your own paths, you know, in the arena, obviously doing the hard work, and sometimes thankless work, so that the people behind you won't have to. What is one piece of advice that you would give your younger self or to other women who are in this space currently? We'll start with you, ma'am.
What would I like to say to other women, or maybe girls? do what you have to do. Because don't be afraid, don't lose your chances, just move. Because when somebody says that you are weak, don't believe them. Because we are strong when we move, when we do what we must do. And also I would like to say, do you know this word Russophobia? Yes, it's what about Russia always says. We don't have Russophobia, because phobia, it's about to be afraid of Russians. We are not afraid of Russians. We hate them. That's all. And we will beat them.
I have no doubt you will, Mel. Mel, did you want to?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. We talk a lot about this amongst my peer group, and we kind of came down to a couple things. The first being that the more experience you have, the greater, it certainly improves your confidence and improves your credibility. But often we as women, we will hold back in putting up our hand for opportunities because our threshold for thinking we're qualified to take on that challenge or that experience is higher than often our male colleagues. So we have to understand that every time we throw our hat in the ring and put our hand up and take on a new experience, that helps us on that path. It builds us gets us that experience, that builds our confidence, but it's also that key piece on your resume that helps to silence those critics. Having a network has been, over and over, that comes up as one of the things that's the most important. Having a network of peers that you can count on, that you can bounce these experiences off, especially when you find that you're a minority in the room. Having someone to talk to and, explain, I really wasn't feeling good about this, and have someone else, nod their head and say, yeah, you're justified in that. Having that peer group has been incredibly powerful, and I think one of the things that's kept me going over the years. And a part of that is, as you rise, making sure you're taking other people with you, making sure you're finding those women coming behind you and giving them the opportunity to get in the room or get mentored or just, come along someday and see what you're doing. Because being able to see someone in those roles that you aspire to get to is pretty powerful as well. It shows you that it's possible. Trusting your instincts is huge. I find every time I've made a really critical mistake, I've gone against that feeling in my stomach. And finally, I would say just know you belong, and know that, just by your presence there and using your voice and expressing maybe a different point of view, you are making your organization better.
Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you so much, Mel. Natalia?
I think that such a lot and good words have been saying by the girls, by my colleagues. And I would like to say that anytime you feel that someone is treating you bad, just remember that this is because of weakness. And just forgive them and feel yourself calm, because you are right. And this is it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Women are always right.
Yes. The one.
It's our Ukrainian culture. Women are always right.
Okay, let's go with that. The one pervasive theme that I'm hearing from all three of you is don't ask permission to lead. Just go out there and lead. I just really want to thank you guys for your time. I want to thank the Canadian Embassy to Latvia for hosting this event, the Rīga Conference for having us to have this important discussion. I really hope that today's conversation is added to, the micro level WPS discourse. And for those of you that have listened to these incredible women and their lessons and their stories, that you will take this in your leadership toolbox to learn, unlearn, and listen so that we can keep pushing this issue. WPS is not a women's issue. It is not a man's issue. It's a human issue. And it really requires all of us to collectively push I always say having one woman around that decision-making table is a minority, or is a token. Having two is a minority. And if you have three, that means we're getting there. But until we see that day, our job is not done. So I will consider that until that day is done, collectively, we have some work to do. So it's been a great honor to moderate this event, and I thank you very much to the panel and the audience today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.